CRA compliance. After which the document goes for signature. The chairman of the regional tender board would sign, and the other members who are there would also sign. And then that goes to the evaluation committee. And the evaluation committee would do its job and send back the recommendation to the regional tender board for award. Is that the way it is being done at your region, sir? Yes, sir. Thank you. Sir, I want to now turn my attention. Sir, I now want to turn my attention to these overpayments. My first question is in which paragraph, my enough overpayments here. Paragraph 950, paragraph 948, paragraph 951, all are overpayments. Sir, in 2016, was there a clerk of works in the region? Sir, I would ask this question to be deferred to Mr. Clark, who was the then RU at the time.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Gavin Clark.
Mr. Chairman.
Was there a clerk of works in 2016?
948, 950, and 951.
948.
The question is, Mr. Clark, was there a clerk of works in 2016?
Yes, there were clerk of work assigned to specific projects. Projects of a certain value, right? So where the contract might be a very small one, you know, the engineer himself would have run those projects. But there were clerk of work that were assigned to specific projects, large projects.
So my question was based on the answer that was provided by the current accounting officer, that there are now clerk of works to monitor work. Those were his exact words. I wrote it down when he said it. And we have established there now that in 2016, there were clerk of works for specific projects, and the engineer would be the one who would run the big projects. Now, my question has to do with how is it that these overpayments are happening when there is a procedure that requires final payment after a certificate of completion coming from the engineer's department. What I am aware of, and I want some clarity, is that when the contract is awarded, the work begins. The contractor can be paid a sum of money to start the work, mobilization funds and so on. I think different contracts will have different percentage. And during the process of the work, the engineer's department would monitor these works as it's proceeding. And upon completion, the engineer's department has to measure these works. So when the engineer's department measures these work, a certificate of completion is generated and the money is calculated for payment. So how is it that we're having so many overpayments on these projects? Are we saying that the engineer's department is not doing what it ought to do, and that is to measure these works? Because the way in which the Auditor General's office draw their conclusion on overpayment is when the engineers from the Auditor General's department goes and measure the work. Probably. So can we have some clarity on that?
Are you?
Or probably the engineer who's here can answer, sir, with your permission.
Are you? You can redirect the question if you don't have the answer.
Former Chairman, I would like to redirect the question to the regional engineer.
Before, sorry if I may ask, is this the same engineer that was there in 2016?
Are you the same engineer in 2016? Mr. Clark?
When did you assume?
2017.
2017.
Mr. Clark, could you provide a response to that question by the honorable member?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, from my observation and recollection, um, there are specific items within the bill of quantities that they were oversight, for which the contractors, in the case of 950, would have of remedial work that needed to be done with the placing of some asphalt. With respect to the Blueberry Hill single lane bridge, the issue there, again, I think it had to do with the approach that did not cover the total quantity of square yards, which again, the contract would have returned to deal with. And in addition to that, there was an issue, if my memory serves me correct, where a half inch of a difference of an angle iron created a zero over payment or overpayment to contractor because the item was placed as zero. So upon that, um, we would have worked with the Auditor General office and they would come to the consensus where the difference between the half inch of the angle iron, the contractor would have repaid. And I think that covers
Sir, first of all, I don't think the question was answered, but I am relying on the documentation here in the Auditor General's report for the year 2016. We established in this committee before, and for the benefit of this agency, I would like to reiterate. The final document of the Auditor General is not one that comes to us in isolation of them, of these agencies. These agencies, they get these findings before us. They are allowed that opportunity to respond to the Auditor General's finding, and they are allowed the opportunity to provide greater clarity. And in their failure to do that, it is documented here and comes to us for final pronouncement or final deliberation. This paragraph says that the contract for, and this is 951, the contract for the repairs and maintenance to single lane bridge and approach in Blueberry Hill was awarded to the highest of three bidders in the sum of 4.027. As at 31st of December 2016, the sum of 4.968 million was paid to the contractor. There were two approved variation orders in the value of positive 1.528 million and negative 586,200,000, given a final project cost of 4.968, which is the sum that encompasses the two variation. A physical verification of the project carried out on the 30th of June 2017 revealed that the works were completed and there was an overpayment of $261,200 for metal works and the approach. The region's response was the head of the budget agency indicated that the regional administration will recover the amounts paid. Now, I want to point, sir, with your permission, to the engineer who said that he assumed the work duties in 2017, that this report for 2016 was put together in 2017. So my assumption is that the engineer would have played a role in providing answers and clarity, which he may have received documentation from the previous engineer, and there was a smooth, I'm assuming there was a smooth transition from the former office of engineer to the current office of engineer. But my question has to do with how is it that these overpayments are happening and how is it that it is being flagged so often by the Auditor General. I can turn, sir, we're not dealing with 2017 and 2018, but I took a glimpse at it here, and there's significant amount of overpayments again. And we may want to say that it's the accounting officer has to provide the answer, which is true. But at the end of the day, these engineering departments need to do better, because if they measure the work and the contract is being paid on measured works, then the Auditor General Office will not be able to pick up overpayments unless they're using two different measuring tapes. So I would love for if the engineer can provide some degree of guidance on these overpayments and how is it that it's happening.
Go ahead, sir.
All payments, final payments are prepared based upon measured works at the Regional Democratic Council, of course, by the respective project officers. Now, what happens at times, there's something we call variations in project. And because of variations, you would find that you would find most of these overpayments happening. In cases, the contractor might have done the work, but the engineer had not written to the tender board indicating that there was such variation.
No, don't do that.
And whenever the auditors come and there's no documentation showing that these added variations were then to be deemed as an overpayment. So most cases, I would say it is the lack of documentations that would actually not cause these overpayment, but would make it seem as if there's an overpayment.
But I don't understand that answer, sir, because we have to establish procedure here. In order for a final payment to be made, the work has to be completed. And then you have a retention sum also, a defects period and them things. The point I'm making is that the final payment can only be made if the work is completed. So even if there is variations, the variations only happen during the course of the work. The completed work is what you make a final payment on, unless you would have paid for it and it has not been completed, which I would not want to believe you did. So to use that argument that variations can cause overpayment, for me is null and void. Because you can only give a final payment upon the completion of the work. And in order for you as the engineer and your department to generate the certificate of completion so it can take the course to process payment, you would have had to measure the work. And when you are finished measuring the work, then you generate that certificate of completion. So if you are saying, sir, through your accounting officer, through the chairman, that all works from the region are being paid after works are measured, then you are saying that the Auditor General's document is incorrect. Am I reading you that way?
I never said that.
I know you never said that. What you said is that all works at the region are paid on measured works.
Yes.
Did you say that?
Yes, sir.
And the Auditor General's report is saying that seems not so, because there are a lot of overpayments. So I am saying, or I'm putting to you, that you're challenging the Auditor General's report. Are you saying that?
No, sir.
So, Chairman, instead of us going back and forth, which I can do, the point to note is that there is a clear issue here with how the engineering departments operate. I believe we established this point before with a number of other ministries with reference to overpayment, and we have to at least flag it and to inform the accounting officer that there is need for greater focus on the way the engineering department is operating. And probably the only defense I could think of is that based on what the engineer is saying, is that the Auditor General is using a different measuring tape.
Ario, one of the major observations of the PAC lies in the realm of overpayments for contracts. And we no longer flag only the contractor, because the contract is only paid when the engineer signs off on the contracts. So the PAC has recommended to most accounting officers that comes before the PAC to have a more defined look at the engineering department of the various ministries and RDCs that come before us. Because the engineer essentially is responsible for signing off before you play your part in the contractor being paid.
Yes, sir.
So we really want taxpayers' money to be paid to deserving contractors who actually give measured work. They're being paid for that. So it is the onus, therefore, is upon you, Ario, to ensure that we have the greatest efficiency from the engineering department before works are signed off on and you are issuing payments for those contracts.
Sir, I just want to ask if the monies were repaid. There's one that the Auditor General flagged at 948 and said that if the $74,369 were repaid.
Was it repaid, Ario?
Yes, sir. I have a copy of the receipt here.
Okay. Madam Teixeira?
First of all, just to reaffirm what you said, the last three PACs have emphasized to all the agencies, including the RDCs, about the issue of engineers. One, in terms of preparation of the estimates. Two, in terms of that they're not to certify works that are not completed in accordance with the contract. So a contract is given and you do so much by so the scope of works, in other words. Thirdly, they were warned by the PAC that there would be consequences for such violations where they went ahead and signed without even checking the works. The fourth issue that was dealt with too was the role of the regional, public works committees, that the engineer was not to sign off until the completion of a works, until the Public Works Committee accompanied them, which is in one of the laws, to do with supervising the works, so that the chairman of the Public Works Committee and a few committee members, if all can't attend, with the engineer would go and do the final check on the quality of work according to the contract. So they may have thought the asphalt should have been thicker, but if the estimate said only 1 inch, then that's all they can judge on. So those are important decisions made. Several PACs before, and I think with the new RDCs and new ministries or new persons coming on board, they need to know that that was an emphasis of the committee. We're seeing in the present situation too, a number of the engineers are not doing good, estimates for works. And that's the point that was raised earlier, that sometimes the estimates are not accurate. And so people bid and they bid low, and then you have to make variations because it didn't include what it should have included. So I agree with you, the engineering department is critical and the REO and the PSs should keep a close eye. But the regional works committees have an important role to play in terms of verification of the contracts. And in most cases in the past, I don't know about now, that the regional works committee were kind of left out, and the REOs or the the engineer would just go a work sign off and go with the document to the REO to pay. In fact, at one committee, it became so outrageously, everyone was so annoyed in the PAC that the REOs were told that if you sign off on a document that the engineer brings or clerk of work brings, and you haven't had a verification process, you could be in trouble too. So that was trying to make the REOs pay attention. But in number 15, 949, sorry, my concern has to do with the waiver of the tender board procedures to use selective contractors with no documented reasons for the regional administration disregarding the tender procedures. And of course, the engineer's estimates were not stated. So it's difficult to see what was awarded or what was the criteria. This is, to me, a little more worrying, Mr. Maripol, than the overpayment, in the sense that the tender board procedures were waived. You don't know on what basis. They could be. You can have selective, you can have restrictive tenders, or you want to buy a particular type of equipment that only one person supplies. Those are restricted or selected tenders, so that the tender procedures can be waived, but you have to have clear document, and if my memory is right, you have to get approval to do so from the NPTAM. But the one I want to go to is 953, where it says that the mobilization advance payment to 14 contractors were awarded by the region, and they applied a 20% mobilization advance payment when in fact, according to the standard bidding document, it states only 15% mobilization should be applied to contracts 5 million and above. So that the notes say that the region has taken steps to correct it. But this is an important point too, that again, I don't know whether it's ignorance of the standard bidding document or the laws, or people just feel they could do what they want. But I hope that based on what is said here, that this has been put in order from 2016, that it is 15% mobilization and not 20%, which was what the region was calling for. And if there's any reason as to why that happened, why would the region move the mobilization advance payment to 20% instead of 15? Was any rationale behind it at the time, or was just ignorance of what was required?
Mr. Chair, can I
Yes.
intercede here with all due respect to everyone here? I think the question of mobilization payments and the standard business document, and I do think that the Auditor General has to speak to MPTAB once more. I could remember distinctly that Member Edgell raised it out. I mean, there are circumstances depending on the location and those things like that. When you apply to MPTAB and they approve you paying over 15%, right? So your standard building document has 15. The circumstances, if the person has to go to Monkey Mountain and those things like that. So right, no, but I'm not speaking about this particular issue here. I'm speaking in general to the audit office. You keep putting here this 15% in the standard building document. PSC has already established, and I see the FS is nodding there, that a agency can, even though the standard building document is 15%, agency can apply to MPTAB or whoever it is their supervising agency is. I'm not going to go. And they say, because of you're going to Monkey Mountain, could only get there in between Monday and Tuesday, you can pay a mobilization advance of over 30%. And MPTAB says to you, please proceed. So sometimes maybe the audit office has to clarify this here to be more specific, that they didn't see an application,
Authorization.
an authorization for this here, but they can't just simply say that 15% is in accordance with the standard bidding documents, when we all agree here that there are cases whereby an agency, yes, and you have a process going about it. And it will come up with all, it comes up several in all the other agencies. So I think for PSC purposes, it's about time the audit offices addresses how they arrive at this standard, and maybe in future to let us have a clarification in general that the standard bidding document says 15, but the agencies can apply for whatever reason and not to give an approval. It is nothing, it's not breach of any thing.
Mr. Chair?
Madam Teixeira.
Yes, sir. I was going to make an amendment. Can you, I will see to Bishop.
Yes,
Angel if
go
you
ahead,
wish.
Member.
Mr. Chair, the standard bidding document already establishes for hinterland communities, there is a different rate. That is already established. I think the audit office is in order because the bidding document that Region 10 falls under gives a percentage that is allowed. And for the far-flung regions that Mr. Patterson was talking about, there is a different rate. I think it's 30%. If you don't apply it, showing justification, it is a breach. It cannot be excused. Because if you pay 20% when the bidding document says 15%, you as an accounting officer have given a loan to a contractor unauthorizedly. That's what it means. You are financing a project outside of authorization. That's what it means. And it is a serious breach that must not be excused. The hinterland regions, the standard bidding document already says 30%. And if any accounting officer would like to request greater financing under some circumstances, it must be done before payment is made. If it is not done, it is a breach, and a serious breach, because you're actually financing a contractor by giving him a loan, and that's what it is. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, allow me, because I think that the member misunderstood what I'm saying. I just use an example. There is a standard bidding document in place. However, before you go out to a bid, it's not after you do the award, before you go to the bid, if you would like to, for whatever reasons, and I've known in several cases, if you have a reason, and a valid reason, you apply to the authority, whichever your authority is, National Procurement Commission, and you say, sir, because of these reasons, the standard bidding document, and they respond. In the bidding document, in the tender document that you go with, it is stated what percentage mobilization is advanced. So therefore, before you go to tender, you would have received, you would apply and receive approval. This has happened all the while. It is not the rule there is a general rule. There's all, whatever the circumstances of the case, it is, if the audit office, and I'm only raising this here because the audit office says 15%, but they never say if the region applied for an exemption, if that was approved or those things like that. If you stick seriously, that's my point. If you stick seriously, it's 15%, and the extenuating circumstances. If you an empty time, and I know of cases, and I can bring to PSC of cases where you've gone to national procurement and said under these circumstances, and they stamp on the bidding document approved, and you approve, and you go to tender, and it's above the thing because of the case that you put up. So there has been, and we do allow deviations from this only if it is authorized by the correct authority.
Member Paul.
Thank you, sir. I was going to ask the accounting officer a question. Do you have a functioning works committee in your region?
Yes, sir.
And with reference to what Honorable Teixeira was saying, the works committee, they have to put their signature on a document before you put your signature for final payment.
Yes, sir.
So that's the system you
That's
have
an
right
agreement, yes.
now. Okay, so there is the expectation that in the 2020, 2021, 2022 report going forward, we will not see this overpayment issue.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Teixeira?
For me, reading 953, it was very clear that the reason why the Auditor General raised it is because it was unauthorized. Because they would have the standard bidding documents that they would look at when they're doing their audit. However, if there's any ambiguity, I think the Auditor General may wish to consider in cases like this that it puts in the word unauthorizedly. In other words, they unauthorizedly. Just for clarity, but for me reading it, I interpret it one way. But if there's any ambiguity, it should just clear unauthorizedly paid 20% when the standard bidding document says 15.
But supporting Madam Teixeira, can we ask the Auditor General if or his representative, if he acknowledges what PSC is saying that they are, you can be authorized to do for, I mean, if you have, what if you make a case in national procurement, they tend the board to pay in advance higher than the bidding document. I think that is the crux. That's why they authorize and authorize. If they don't accept that, then we would have to seek clarity from maybe NPTAB.
Who from the audit office? Yes, sir. What's your name? On the mic. Yes.
Through the chair, on behalf of the Auditor General, I'll ask our engineer to speak on this.
Through the chair, to answer the question, I didn't follow in terms of the last sentence. Please go back for me.
So, Sheriff made a very valid point in that your report should say unauthorized. The standard that you paid 20%, which is above the bidding document, and that was unauthorized. I'm paraphrasing what you're saying. In the sense that she's saying that PSC is acknowledging that there are circumstances where you can apply to MPTAB, who gives you authorization to pay in advance over and above on the bidding document. So we're asking if it's something that the Auditor General acknowledges, or you're saying that as far as the Auditor General office is concerned, 50%, is it irrespective of whatever it is? And that was the question I was asking, sir.
When looking at these procurement contracts, we would normally follow the procurement guidelines. Now, in this case, 15% is mentioned. I must mention, by the way, that the engineer isn't here who actually would have done this physical. Yeah, so I'm saying that 15%. Now, in the standard bidding document, that template document, it clearly mentions mobilization should be 15% for regions, specific regions. And then you have region 1, 7, 8, 9, sorry, up to 30%. That template now is adjusted based on when the region might go out to a bid. So for example, if they have a document, say what, $20 million, $40 million, which might be regional level. Now they may go out to that bid and they will state in the bid data sheet these requirements. The mobilization is 15%, a 10% performance bond. If there's a bid security, or they might use a bid securing declaration, and these sorts of things. Should they're required to use 20% for some reason, a permission will have to be granted for that. Yes.
So Madam Teixeira is absolutely correct. When you write up in future, you said they paid the report itself. It says so that they used 20%, and which is higher than, and it was authorized and higher than the standard unauthorized and higher than the 50%. Because it reads as though, right, that the 50% is cast in stone and, you know what I mean? And there can be no exception, even if you are authorized by, I don't know who the higher, MPTAM is the higher authority, because they prepare the standard building documents.
But to add to what you're saying, I remember, when looking at these documents also, all these things will be considered. So it's in terms of the location, these sorts of things. So if a statement like this is made in this situation, it means that 15% would have been the required rate that should have been applied in this specific instance.
Paul?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I'm turning my attention to para 954. Amounts totaling 160,000 and 80,000 were still to be recovered on two contracts that were awarded in 2010 and 2012, respectively, for repairs and maintenance of Ichuni Health Center. The head of the budget agency indicated that apart from 25,000 recovered in May of 2017, no further amounts have been recovered. Can we have some clarity on this, please?
Government Chair, $160,000 was recovered. We have the receipts here. Copies of the receipts here.
How much money was recovered?
160,000.
So what about the 80,000?
We are still pursuing that.
Okay. And now we go to
19 million.
yes, the 955. Amounts totaling 19.727 million remained outstanding as overpayments made on contracts by the regional administration for the years 2010 to 2012, as shown below. And there is a breakdown. And the region's response, the head of budget agency indicated that the regional administration will continue with its efforts to recover the amounts overpaid. Can you provide us with an update on that, please?
Come Chair, for 2011, the 58 miles. Oh, sorry. Oh, for the Kakwani Secondary School. Oh, sorry.
So let's establish something. All of this are for different contractors.
Yes, sir.
Are these contractors still being awarded work in the region?
No, sir. Not.
Can you provide us with the names of the...
Two of them, sir.
Two of them are still being awarded contracts? Ario, did you just say two of them are still being awarded contracts?
Yes, sir.
Have they cleared their outstanding amount from 2010?
From 2012, we have one. Yes, he has cleared everything. Yes.
But I'm asking if you can provide us
yes,
with the names of the contractors. Is the name of the contractor or the company?
It will be laid over, sir.
And that is applicable for both 954 and 955.
Ario, you said some of the monies were recovered.
And you were going to bring
in 2012. What is the amount that was recovered from the 19 plus million?
2011.
Yeah, it's 2010 to 20.
No, but this is flagged as a prior year matter. No, yes, sir. You were saying in 2012 you recovered some money?
Yes, sir.
600. You just take your time, sir.
Okay, sir. Come on, Chair. In 2011, we have recovered 679,000, and for 2012, to date we have recovered 805,000.
So what is outstanding at the moment?
But sir,
Go ahead, Mike. Mr. Ario?
So remaining, we have $18,243,000,
And
of which efforts are being made to recoup.
and you have indicated that the contractor is still receiving contracts in the region.
No, the persons who have paid, who the numbers I've called us now, those are the persons that are still receiving contracts.
Yeah, but they made a partial payment of what is owed.
One has been fully repaid. 805 has been fully paid off.
Uh-huh.
will you see 805 at you?
And
And the other one has a remainder of how much?
just a minute, sir.
Take it time.
When the 805 pay off, so why what is it doing in the 2016 report?
We have
Okay.
okay. The 231,000 remaining for the one contractor. The other one is fully paid. The person started to pay in 2018, and they finished paying in 2021. They paid the entire sum.
Maiva, thank you.
Sir, the breakdown with the contractors and so on is still on the flow, still the request.
Could you hand over those information? Yes.
A breakdown of
The names of the contractors
and the breakdown, sir, of,
and the outstanding.
and of the outstanding
Yes, sir. It will be laid over.
for both paragraphs 954 and 955.
You have those information here, or do you need time to lay it over?
I will ask for some time to.
Would a week suffice?
Yes, sir.
Good, thank you. Mr. Maipa? Okay.
Chairman,
Go ahead, sir.
on the same two paragraphs, could the REO provide evidence to the PAC of the attempts that were made to recover these sums by way of letters sent and responses received?
Could you add that information as well as the information that you have to lay over? Copies of those efforts, if any?
Yes, sir. And may I?
Proceed.
The letters were sent to constituent contractors on their
Yeah, well,
payments.
just make copies of those and compile it in all that the PAC would have requested in your laying over of those documents.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, two things before we finish with the paragraphs here. And I wanted to make an intervention before. I know PSC has asked the Region 10 REO to provide evidence concerning the composition and how the members were named. I think a more appropriate response should come from the permanent secretary, the Ministry of Local Government, because Mr. Mahai Paul has said he is assured that something happened in some regions and something happened in other regions. I would like that PAC asks the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Local Government, to provide us with a brief of how regional tender boards were set up over the last 7 years. Yes, over the last 7 years.
Sir, I am not sure. Well, look, Comrade Edghill may have his reasons why he's going back to 7 years, but I am not sure as to why this has to come from the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. Regions 1 to 10 are independent budgeted agencies or independent budget agencies, and they all have accounting officers, and they all appear to defend their accounts here at this Public Accounts Committee, independent of the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. So no, but I want to make the point that the regions have to justify their action. The REO is a creature.
Mr. Maipo, your request to the REO is noted, and he will have to submit that. The honorable member is also making an additional request, of which the PSC will write the PS local government to provide that information. His request isn't going to override your request.
Okay.
All right.
Just to clarify.
Members, any other questions? There be no more questions for the accounting officer and team. I would like to thank the REO and team for making an appearance before PSC. And please remember the request of the committee for you to provide those additional information within a week's time. Thank you very much. Members.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members.
Members, we will break for half an hour for lunch, and then we will proceed.
We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one cries, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass.
We proceed.
Good afternoon. With me here is Mr. Surindad Bihari, PS Finance, former REO Ms. Stevens, Regional Engineer Mr. Bisham Dalip, Internal Auditor Mr. Winston Millington, Principal Personnel Officer Ms. Nanda Corlal, PS Ms. Prema Ruknarai, RHO Ms. Dr. Vishala Sharma, Redo Ms. Vagmatila Cruz, former REO Dr. Ramaya.
Thank you.
Yeah, Vishan Dalip, Regional Engineer and Internal Auditor. So Winston Millington.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. Members, we have 15 paragraphs for consideration. 789 to 803. And I put 789 to 7. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Yes,
ask a
the
question?
previous paragraphs, if I may, honorable members, were already considered by the previous PAC. This is essentially a continuation of the works that were uncompleted. So I put the first 7 paragraphs for consideration. The floor is open.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question on 800,
Proceed.
paragraph 800, where it said this was a matter of a police investigation. This is 2016. Is there any update of it's due $21 million, not $21.942 million not accounted for at Wim Stores, Manor-VC, and Blackbush Folder pump stations in 207? The matter is still under police investigation. If that is so, what is the problem? Is it lack of documents or not finding people involved? What is the reason for this huge delay? 800.
Go ahead, PS. Are you?
Is that? Okay. Thank you. According to the letter here that was signed by Ms. Stevens, letter was written to Mr. Deodat Sharma, a request for submission of payment vouchers or supporting documents with regards to an investigation. I am not fully aware of how far it is at the moment. Maybe Ms. Stevens maybe assist us.
This is 2016 RU.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you cannot, as a present RU, give us an update of the status of this?
I know there was an investigation, honorable member, but I don't have with me now the full what is it at the moment?
So upon taking office, you didn't inquire about it?
Not fully.
Yeah, can I just follow up, Mr. Chairman? The 2018 response of the REO, Ms. Stephen, 2018, January 12th, was that under 800, the regional administration would be grateful if the information could be provided to the police again. I'm not sure what that means. Is that the regional administration didn't have the documents, or that, so it's unclear, and now what is being said is, again, similar to that.
Ms.
So,
Kim, can you provide us a response to the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Auditor General Office were in receipt of all the payment vouchers, and several correspondence were written to them, because when the region would have made contact with the police, they were claiming that the Auditor General Office did not supply them with the payment vouchers. So the Auditor General staff perhaps can update PAC on the situation.
Can someone from the audit office lend some assistance here? Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Through the chair, those informations were supplied thrice to the police. Oh, Jesus, we gotta get the police now.
For the record, could you restate your name, sir?
Wazir Shakir.
Pardon?
Wazir Shakir.
Thank you. You're saying you would have, so the audit officer would have provided the police with 3 copies of.
No, 3 times. 3 times.
Do we have the dates when those things were issued?
Not with me here right now, sir, but we could forward that to you.
3 times in 2018, or
no, 3 times
years?
during that period when it was reported in the.
It was probably a breakdown.
Okay. No, Mr. Chair, this is a serious matter, but it occurs on several occasions. I don't know if it's within the remit of PAC to write to, I don't know if we have the authority to write to the commission to say, or these matters have been referred to you by the audit officer or so forth. And PAC would like a update. I don't know if that is appropriate. Maybe the Auditor General could tell you if that's appropriate or not. But several agencies have come and said they have provided information, and we have simply said to them, please follow up. But the following up obviously has not been. Maybe the way to the PAC may stimulate some further action. But sir, I don't know if it's appropriate within the remit, so we may need some guidance. The clerk has said it is ever done before.
Well,
where are these, when these kind of situations happen, do they give it to the commander in the region, or do they give it to a COP, or do they give it to CID? Is there any particular section of the police they give it to?
CID? CID in Georgetown here.
CID in Georgetown.
Okay, well, a proposal by Ms. Member Patterson is for the committee to consider. Do we, as a committee, agree that we should write to, as PAC,
progress report
for an update on what was outstanding?
Mr. Chair, as a previous member of the Public Accounts Committee, who would have encountered matters of this nature, the request would have been to get the accounting officer to provide PAC with an updated police report by having the accounting officer write to the police commissioner and submit that report to the Public Accounts Committee. I don't know that the Public Accounts Committee can get involved in a police investigation.
No. Neither the RU is getting involved or the RU. They're seeking up on information that the PAC is requesting.
Our Mr. Chair, just a follow up. I'm sorry, Mr. Finance. I mean, our previous efforts and our being PAC has not borne fruit. Asking the REO to write, and then the next year they come, because they will come back in 2016, not 2016, sorry, 2017, and maybe 2018. Well, if it hasn't been resolved.
Yeah, keep coming up.
So if we just continue doing the same thing, and so that's why I'm suggesting that maybe
I see no harm in us writing for our progress update, as Mr. Chair coined the phrase. So, Clark, can we have that?
But can I ask a separate question as well? The response by Ms. Stevens was that the Auditor General has the documents. Am I interpreting it correctly that you don't have the originals or you didn't keep copies? Because certainly if the originals are handed over to Auditor General for crime purposes, police purposes, doesn't the region keep copies of everything you hand over to any other agency in your records? You scan, you digitalize, you keep file paper copies? Huh? Yeah, no, but you photocopy, so you have for your record
Well,
what
the
is in your
PSC
record plus to when you hand it over.
The PSC would have made the recommendation to accounting officers
Yes.
that whenever they're handing over documents of which the audited office have to get the original, that they make copies for their own record.
Exactly.
That was suggested as a recommendation.
Long time it's been repeated. So wasn't that done?
Please note that this query is in relation to 2007, 2008. So I just would like to point that out. So I'm just answering what I would have done or what I would have been told that was done. Well, please note the audit office would have seized the original copies of the payment vouchers because they did not want anyone to tamper with them. So we had not even access to these payment vouchers.
Thank you.
Chair, can the accounting officer or former accounting officer say when were these documents given to the audit office? If not the month, the year?
I'm being advised, Mr. Chair, sorry, I'm being advised by the field auditor that these documents were retrieved by the audit office sometime in 2007, 2008.
Yes, sir.
You said you had to check your seat.
I understand our zeal, but I would want to repeat again by being in the PAC, the complainant is the only person that the police has a responsibility to provide an update on. The PAC is not the complainant in this matter about a criminal wrongdoing. It is the accounting officer who is current, because it's the regional administration who's the complainant, says we have this outstanding matter. We would like to get an update. That response he brings to PAC. So us writing the commissioner of police is like, you make a complaint and I'm trying to find out what the police doing with your matter.
Mr. Chair, on that same note, I get what Mr. Edgel is saying, and I know those points. But as it stands right now, the PAC is examining this particular agency, and we're asking a question. But what I would suggest is that the PAC officially writes to the accounting officer, and that the accounting officer now could probably just attach that cover letter when he is requesting information from the police, because we need to officially write to the officer and have a time span in which we need responses to this particular matter.
Well, if I may, the accounting officer is before PAC. PAC, I believe, don't have to write the accounting officer that is before them. We say to the accounting officer, what is it that we request? However, I still hold the view that the request of the PSC writing can be done, but I'll ask the clerk of the National Assembly to give further guidance and if this is a possibility or not. Yes, Dr. Mahadio, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarification. So the documents were handed over to the Auditor General's office in 2007. But then you said that Gail was asking, do you have copies of the documents in the region? I did get it.
Through the chair.
Madam, yes, yeah, you can provide the honorable member a response to this question.
Yes, through the chair, I repeat myself that this situation occurred in 2007, 2008. I am being advised by the field auditor that these documents were retrieved from the Regional Sub-Treasury Department, Region 6, by the Auditor General staff themselves. Hence, the regional administration at that time, being so advised, would not have been in receipt of these payment vouchers.
Thank you.
Could I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Proceed.
The Auditor General just said that they sent the information thrice to the police. Therefore, obviously one set was original and two sets were copies. So can the Auditor General not provide copies of what is submitted to the police for the records of the region? At least at some point, the police will ask them questions. I mean, this is not, they can, yes, not to you, no. Yeah.
So the audit office has these documents in their possession. And if so, can you make it available, copies rather, to the accounting officer for Region 6?
Sir, I'll have to consult with AGs
but do you have it in your possession?
No, not right now.
No. Does the audit office has these records in their possession? Not you right here and now, but is the record at the audit office?
I can't give an answer on that, sir. I can't say. I'll have to check.
Is there a great possibility that the document is there?
Yes.
Thank you. No. He sent this gentleman.
He's online there, yes.
He's online? Is the Auditor General online?
He's still online.
He was online earlier.
He's on?
He's on.
AG. Mr. Sharma.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, sir.
So the honorable member is asking if it is possible, providing that the audit office has the records in their possession, or do you have the records that is currently of interest to the PSC? It's good to see you, sir. Do you have the records at the audit office, sir?
This is a whole matter, Mr. Chair. I will have to recheck because I think the former REO was the auditor at the time in the region. I will have to recheck that and see what transpired. I know we did a calculation and sent it to the CID headquarters in terms of the overpayment. And I think that is what we are my staff is saying in terms of the 3 times we submit the information. So I will just have to recheck that, maybe, or if the police still has those documents.
Which one of the REOs are you referring to as being one of the auditors at the time?
Ms. Kim Williams.
Go ahead, Ms. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please note, during the time of the Auditor General report, I was in region number 5. The person that is responsible for this query is the young man that is seated right now, Mr. Wazir Shakir. I was in region number 5 and not region number 6. Mr. Wazir was the person that conducted the audit with this query, and he's right there.
So, okay. So, Mr. Wazir, you are the auditor. Oh, so the AG made a mistake.
Yes.
The silence was deafening, sir. All right.
Chair, can I ask?
I'm glad that that was.
Let me follow up on AG, please.
I'm happy that that was cleared up. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just for Mr. Chairman, the Auditor General, the issue is that one, when the Auditor General moves originals from agencies, they should ensure that the agencies receive copies of the originals you have taken from them or retrieved from them for their records, so they show that this is what has come from the agency. Secondly, this is an old issue, as you said. This is unaccounted expenditure, not overpayment, but a payment of 21 million that wasn't accounted for the pumps. And so one is the issue that the Auditor General can please submit the documents, copies of the documents to the region for their records, or even though it's 2007. And two, to follow up with the police on what is the reason for a 13-year delay. This is 13 years, 14 years delay. I mean, there must be some reason why. So if that could be followed, those two issues.
AG?
Through the chair, yes, I will do that. Just to let you know that it was mainly some calculations in terms of the fuel, so it's missing fuel and unaccounted amount. But as I said, I think that this police who was investigating the matter, for some reason they had to keep asking for these documents, and that's why we had to about 3 times submit the information. I might be of the view, but I'll have to check. Maybe the police have those original documents. And just let through the chair, the other member, that anytime that we now take documents, we ensure that the respective ministries or departments take copies, and it's the police who accompany us to take those documents.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
This is not in 207.
So, Chair, this is a matter that happened in 207 and 208, 2007, 2008. May I ask when was it that the police, when were the police engaged? Who made the complaint to the police, and when were they engaged? Because in order for the police to be involved, a formal complaint would have had to be made for them to start their investigation.
Are you? On behalf of the chair, I may have to ask Ms. Stevens. I am not aware of the exact date.
Not the exact date, the year will suffice.
I am with me here is just a document. So Finance Secretary in 2018.
2018, it was, yeah. The police were engaged?
A query was made to the Finance Secretary for police investigation.
No, that can be accurate because the last line of the 2016 report indicates that the police had requested additional information from the audit office, which was forwarded to them on the 16th of May 2013. So it has to be a date before 2013, 16 of May.
So let me correct that. This was in 2010. This is a letter that's following up from a letter in 2010. I have my apologies, Chair.
So the police were basically engaged in 2009, 2010. And in 2013, the police requested additional information. Now, the gentleman from the audit office indicated that they submitted information 3 times. 3 times the same information you submitted?
Yes, sir, with the additional stuff the police had wanted.
So you
additional-
resubmitted what you submitted and additional
Yes.
information as you
Yes.
requested.
Yes, sir.
And from 2013 to date, you have not heard back anything from the police.
Nothing from the police, sir.
I just wanted to clarify that, Chair. And if there is no other person that wishes to examine 800, I would like to go back to 789.
I wanted to go forward.
You're on the floor. Go ahead.
Sir, 789 speaks to overpayment. And of course, we have dealt extensively with other agencies concerning overpayment. And I seek your permission to go again with overpayment with this different agency here. Can the accounting officer explain how is it that this overpayment was arrived at? Or how it happened? The contract for the construction of an outpatient building at New Amsterdam was awarded in the sum of 15.911 million. As at December 2016, the sum of 11.137 million was paid to the contractor. Physical verification on the completed project revealed overpayment of 896,000 for construction of cupboards and closets and plumbing works. How did this overpayment happen?
My understanding, I remember, is that after the engineers would have done their inspection and did a measured work, contractor was already a check was already drawn for him for more than that. But maybe Ms. Kim Stevens can give further clarification. But this is what I have at the moment. The contractor was also written to, and at this point in time, there has been no refund.
But before any payment can be made, some degree of documentation must originate somewhere.
Correct.
As accounting officers, you are subject to guidance from your departments. So your engineering department would have had to provide you with some amount of justification for payments to be made. Am I accurate?
That's correct.
So can we therefore ask, Comrade Chair, through the accounting officer to the engineer for some clarity on how did we arrive at this overpayment?
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. In connection to the overpayment at outpatient, I was not the engineer at the time, but my investigation provided that some of the works that were on the bill of quantity that did not like the cupboards and the closets were paid for but not installed at the time of physical verification.
So we paid for service that was not delivered. Has it been delivered after?
No, they didn't. After the verification, no.
Up to now?
No.
Mr. Chair, there seems to be, are we talking about 789 tonight?
Yes.
Yes.
Because the response from the accounting officer in January 2018, is it? 1 second, let me check.
Yeah,
No, the
January
response here says the head of the budget agency indicated that the contractor will complete the unfinished work. But the latest response we have here is what came from the Auditor General documentation.
Well, I'm reading, sorry, for candidate, I'm reading for 789, a change of scope of work were approved by the regional tender board. So as to change the construction of cupboards, closets and plumbing work in order to facilitate other important work at the time, and was approved by the regional tender board. And she has the regional, and then there's a list of RTB minutes 47 of 2017. This differs from the explanation just given, because from what I'm reading here, so they omitted the cupboard, closets, and plumbing work, and they did other important works, which is in list, and it was approved. The change in the variation was approved by the regional tender board. That's the response that I'm reading in 789. the gentleman is saying it's out that they paid for the cupboards, but the cupboards were never delivered. I'm assuming he says the money allocated for the cupboards, closets, and so were disbursed, but there was a variation order, and that month went towards the variation order. Is that what I'm understanding from the notes submitted, and that it was covered by the regional tender board?
That's correct, honorable member. As I said, the cupboards and so were not completed. That's our investigation as follow-up for this meeting, that the cupboards were never delivered. The contractor was written for the refund. But as I said, both.
You're confusing it a bit more, Ari.
Confusing it.
Because this is saying that you, as a region, you took a decision not to install the cupboards, closets, and plumbing work. The money for that, it sounds like in this here, and it was $100,000, you took that $100,000, you did something more important, more urgent. You asked for change of scope and a variation to deduct, delete, remove those from the contract and put the money that is included in the contract to more important work. That's what this is reading as.
That's in 2018.
This is 2018, January 2018. And you have a 10, the board's minutes, 47, number 47 of 2017. So from this, I understand how there would be no cupboards because you took it out of the contract, no closets. No.
We have the AG for our response.
Is that the same
With
impression,
reference
Madam
to the
Chair?
briefing notes from the Auditor General, which I'm assuming was done only last week. It states that the head of the budget agency indicated the contractor will complete unfinished works and revisit if you require.
That is in 20.
That's the briefing notes from the Auditor General.
Yeah, so I was going to ask the question as how is it that we have something? How is it that we have something from 2018 that differs from what is in the 2016 report, but the most recent updated briefing notes, which is what, a couple of weeks old, is saying exactly what is in the 2016 report.
If I could help with this matter, first of all, could we establish who was the accounting officer at the time of this transaction? Who was the REO? This is 2016 report. Could I ask who was the REO at the time of the issuing of this contract? This is not a prior year matter. This is a 2016 matter.
REO?
I am unsure as to who would have been responsible for the contract. But if I may, my discussion with the engineer that is no longer on duty, he indicated to me that indeed works were done. I'm looking for the right words, right? There was indeed a change of scope, of works. Instead of doing the plumbing and other things, right? They would have deemed it necessary to do additional or do substituted works. In addition to that, this contract was a rollover project, if I may recollect. It was 2016, 2017. And so they had a bit of, I'm no expert in engineering. I would have just gone on the advice of the engineer. But to say who initiated the contract, I am not sure.
I didn't ask who initiated it. I simply asked who was the accounting officer at the time.
I stand corrected through the chair. I'm not sure who was responsible at that time. I repeat myself again. I was the accounting officer in 2016, 10, October the 10th. perhaps I can have time to revisit the files, and then I would be able to say who was the accounting officer at the time.
But we're coming to answer to these paragraphs today. And if we work with two former REOs, we must know who was the accounting officer at the time of this contract. And there's a simple reason. I'm asking the question, who was the accounting officer? And secondly, if there was a variation cannot be offered by a discussion between two people. It got to be written with approvals. And if the Auditor General did not read that there was a variation, he expects the cupboards and the closet, because the bills that you paid for would have said cupboards and closets. And until the audit office sees a variation order that says plumbing was done instead or something else was done instead, he expects what is on the bill to be produced for the monies paid. And if you're changing, we gotta know what's the rate. Is it the same rate that we use in the contract that we went and used other things? We have to get this clarified.
All right. For the first part of the question, so we have the current accounting officer respond to that part.
For the first part of the year, January to October, the accounting officer then was Dr. Versami Ramay. And from October 10th to remaining of the year was Ms. Kim Williams Stevens.
And the second part of the question, directing to the current accounting officer, are you going to take that part or are you going to report to the previous accounting officer? Was there any variation?
I have to defer to previous accounting officer.
Mr. Chair, you'll go directly after this. Could we just have this respond to the second part and then you'll go? Go ahead.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. As noted in the response, the 2016 response, there should be a tender board minutes which speaks to the variation of the project. And so despite being discussed with the accounting officer, this whole process was based on tender board approval. May I point out that I was invited to PAC on Wednesday. I wrote and I asked for the relating documents so that I would not have been placed in this position that I'm in. I was submitted with a memo, the extract of the Auditor General's memo, and the region's response. So I'm limited to what I can say.
Noted.
Chair.
I'll come right back to that. Mr. Chair, you had a question. And then Mr. Michael, you can go directly after.
Ms. Stevens, William Stevens, you wrote the PAC through the Clerk of the National Assembly in 2018, January, I believe, 12th. January 12th, you are Kim Williams Stevens? Yes. So in that document you sent it under paragraph 789, you say a change, which is what Mr. Patterson read, and I'll read it again. A change of scope of works were approved by Regional Tender Board so as to change the construction of cupboards, closets, and plumbing works in order to facilitate other important works at the time, and was approved by the Regional Tender Board, RTB minutes number 47/2017 refers. So in other words, you wrote and signed in your name that there was a record, right? The Auditor General obviously did not get a copy of this, and that is why in the last 2 weeks, we have a briefing note with him that repeats the 2016 issues as he observed it. So can you, when you wrote this in 2018, madam, did you have documents in front of you to show that there was a Regional Tender Board? You had a copy of the minutes that referred to make it clear. And why wasn't this given to the Auditor General between 2018 and now?
Before you respond to that, I'd like to take Mr. Michael's question and then we will take the two answers together.
No, I was trying to understand if there was any briefing or any caucusing between the current REO and the former REO because they're preparing to REOs because they are preparing to come to the Public Accounts Committee to answer queries of 2016. And I mean, if my memory serves me right, it's over a week or more notice that was provided to the regional administration through the REO for this examination, and one would have expected that in the interest of clarification and good information, accurate information, some level of caucusing would have happened, because I'm sure in order for Ms. Stevens or Mr. Ramaya to provide us with some degree of clarity, they would have to have access to certain files and documents and information. So I want to know if any caucusing was done.
You can answer both. I'll advise if you answer the question from Mr. Shearer first and then from Mr. Michael.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. My recollection would have been, indeed, there was a tender board minutes. If not, it would not have been recorded here. And please note, the Auditor General's office are in receipt of all the tender board minutes. That was a procedure that the region had, that a copy of all the regional tender board minutes are presented to the Audit Office of Guyana.
Could the Auditor General please comment on that and to... Correct. We seem to have discrepancies on this matter. I would like the Auditor General to actually give a comment to this at this point as to whether or not that is true, that the Audit Office was in receipt of all the tender board's minutes. Mr. Sharma?
I will ask Mr. Wazir, the manager, to comment on that.
Going back to 2017.
Regional tender board minutes.
Chair. Yes, ma'am, we have it on here according to the supervisor at Region 6.
So the supervisor at Region 6 is saying that indeed you have a copy of the regional tender board minutes. Okay.
Madam Chair, before someone jumps in.
Mr. Patterson, go ahead.
I had requested the floor, but go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Patterson, are you giving clarity or a question?
Yes, it's the same.
Same matter being discussed, I'll allow Mr. Patterson. Continue.
Madam Chair, I have a question I would like to direct to the Audit Office. Okay? Because it appears that we are talking about two different processes here. The region has responded saying it thought that they made a variation or whatever word they want to use, and they submitted to the tender board, right? And they give that. You are saying up to 2 days ago that that is not the case. So I like some bit of clarity here, because you would have been in. Are they in receipt of the region's responses? Do we send it to them? The PSU and the region sent us Region 6 responses. Yes, okay, that's all who have their responses. So yes. So can the Audit Office clarify before we continue? Because I think we may be talking about cheese and chalk here.
Let's see. Through the chair,
Go ahead.
According to the supervisor from Region 6, we saw the original tender board minute when the contract was awarded. But any further minutes that as it relates to change the scope of works, we did not see that.
Madam Chair, the issue that we are.
Before you go ahead, Mr. Edgell, I believe we have a question from Mr. Michael that has not been answered as yet. So before we go to that, could we just have the answer to Mr. Michael's question as it regards the issue of caucusing and whether or not caucusing was done?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Upon receipt of the correspondence from Parliament Billing, with regards to today's activity, I would have, if they asked me who was the RUs then, I submitted those names. They were subsequently written to. I ensured that the letters were dispatched via my office to both former RUs. I would have had some discussion with Ms. Stevens. I think she would have contacted me, and she said she will ask for some document, and I would have made copies of whatever the region response was to both RUs that was delivered by my office.
So there wasn't any collective caucusing done as a unit?
Not
okay, thank you. Mr. Edgell, you can go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, sorry. Even in the response at 789, which is signed by the then REO, which came in 2018, I want to point out something that is very fundamental to this discussion. The Auditor General says you had monies that were appropriated to do specific works in 2016. A contract was signed in 2016, works were done. Payments were made in 2016, and in those payments, there were overpayments. In the response that I hold in my hands that refers to tender board minutes, it says the tender board minutes of 47, 2017. It is after the fact that the tender board met in 2017, and tender board 47 of 2017, if the tender board is meeting twice a month, 3 times a month, is way down in 2017 after this report came out. This is doctoring of documents. And then we're coming here to put the audit office under pressure to say that the audit office should have known that. Listen carefully. I was in the PAC before when Region 6 came before the PAC. The reason why this document of 2018 was circulated is because of questions that were asked here by the former PAC. That's why this document was prepared. So the issue that is under consideration here is that at no time in 2016, when the audit office was checking on this contract overpayment, there was any documentation as it relates to a tender board meeting and varying this contract that allows for payments of works other than cupboards and boards. But we're now getting a document that says in 2017, on a payment that was made in 2016, the tender board met, and there are minutes to show that there was a variation. I would not sit here and allow this to pass. Please, I need explanations.
The specific question, Ms. Edgell.
The specific question is, how could you be varying a project in 2017 when the payment is made in 2016?
That is clarity from the accounting officer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I repeat myself that the project was a rollover project, and the Auditor General would normally carry out their inspection, not during the year, but after. I can stand corrected, because based on my recollection, I'm saying, right, it was a 2016, 2017 project. And we all know that September 30th, 2017 would have been the deadline for the Auditor General to submit his 2016 Auditor General report to the Parliament.
Exactly.
Now, I'm not saying that I am accurate because based on my recollection, please note, I'm saying based on my recollection, there was a tender board minutes, but to jump to the assumption that it was prepared after the AG's report, I'm not too happy with
No, Madam Chairman, I'm not saying it prepared after the AG's report. I want to repeat. The audit office is examining payments made in 2016 up to December 2016. The overpayment was made in 2016. You can't produce tender board minutes in 2017 for an overpayment in 2016. Even if it's a rollover project, the payment was made in 2016.
All right,
the payment was made in 2016. If there were changes made to the payment at that time, if you were paying for something other than cupboards and closets, that should have been documented in 2016 before the payment was made. Can be documented in 2017.
Before I allow the current accounting officers on the floor, I will take the question from Mr. Michael.
Sir, Madam Chair, sorry. I was going to suggest that instead of relying on Ms. Stevens' recollection, we should send back the accounting agency to caucus so that documents can be found, and instead of Ms. Stevens relying on her recollection, let us have some tangible evidence to support what is being said as opposed to recollection. And it's very unfair to Ms. Stevens on the basis that only Wednesday she knew of PAC meeting today for this purpose, and she was not afforded the opportunity to caucus with the current REO and the other REO. So it is necessary for them to be in the region and get the documentation so better clarity can come out of this matter.
Thank you. Madam Teixeira, you have the floor.
18 documents submitted by Ms. Stevens to the PAC refers to a regional tender board minutes of number 47, 2017. The Auditor General's office says they don't have this. What they have is the original contract that was issued in regards to this issue, but not anything after that. So they have number 32 or 2017 or whatever the number is, but nothing after that on this issue. So that I think that the region needs to provide us with number 47/2017 regional tender board minutes to show us the variation that is supposed to have been approved, and why was this never provided to the Auditor General's office, because this is a query. This is something that was queried since 2016, 2017, 2018, and I'm sure we're going to come across it when we go on the other tenders. So can we have the evidence of this tender board minutes, which for some strange reason was not sent to the Auditor General's office as claimed? And so that will put the issue to rest if the tender board agreed to that, and we'll see the dates, etc. But if there's no record of this 47/2017, then we have more questions to ask.
Ms. Chair, can I just ask supplemental to Madam Teixeira? Not just I would like for me, one, the accounting officer says that the contract is a rollover contract. So therefore they should be able to provide details. When the contract was signed and the contract period and a summary of payments. So just as this, so a full summary, and then of course the issues with 47 and 31 and tender boards. So they should be able to find, they should provide a fuller response rather than just a tender board minute, right? A full brief. Thank you. That's the word. Yeah, but Mr. Chair, let me say this. On top of that, that I find it quite distressing that accounting officers are coming here. Some of them are well prepared and they will come with, and they know it's a query, and they will come their entire file, and they'll come with their entire staff, so that because they know that they will be questioned on each and every item here. I find it very distressing. We have accounting officers, not Region 6 only, you know, I mean, they come and they seem very, very ill prepared with documentation. And it's not pulling out anybody. I mean, the last accounting officer was the same. You know, I mean, the GDF was the same. So maybe we would be served better if we send a reminder with our invitations that you will be examining those things and you are free to work with all supporting documentation. And this is going forward for accounting officers going forward.
Chairman?
Clark, that is noted. Okay, members.
Chairman?
Hold on, Chief. With regards to Member Patterson's suggestion of what should be penned as a request or as a reminder to accounting officers who's going to be making an appearance, I'm advised by the clerk in those correspondence that right to inform and invite accounting officers, there's a specific paragraph that speaks to them working with their staff on all relevant documents. So all accounting officers, based on what I'm advised, are informed of what is required of them to work with their entire staff, supporting staff, as well as all of the necessary documentation to facilitate possible responses to the questions members of PSC may have. So they are informed of what is required of them. Member Ajay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, coming back to 789. I would like the accounting officer to provide PSC with a record to show that this project was requested to roll over to the following year, and the permission was granted. This is a 2016 project. 11,137,000 was spent in 2016, by the end of 2016, which means obviously some other works had to be done for the 15 million contract. But before it to be lost and we get the issues mixed up, the Auditor General is saying in the payment certificates that he would have seen that amounted for the payment of 11.137 million. Payments were made for closets and cupboards, which were not done as of 2016. The question is, how did we pay for items that were not done? Because the interim payment certificates ought to show what you're paying for. And if the Auditor General is indicating that physical verification of completed projects, he would have seen items that were done, measured it, and the value. You're telling us it was for cupboards and closets. But 896,000 more than the works that were done in 2016 was paid by the end of 2016, even though works probably continued into 2017. And I would like to get the information on the rollover. What caused the overpayment? And I would want to specifically address the contents of the interim payment certificates.
Chair, with your permission, I just want to, after hearing Bishop Edgil, Comrade Bishop Edgil, reiterate the point that I made earlier about our engineering department. Because the emphasis here and what I'm hearing is the lash going to the accounting officer, but the root cause of these problems of overpayment comes from the engineering department not doing what they have to do. It is their advice and their office where you generate this certificate of completion or whatever other documentation is needed to facilitate payment. They are the ones who start the advice and issue the document and allow it to be processed. The REOs and other accounting officers, they issue the last signature after receiving all of these. Now, I'm not running from the fact that everything rises and falls on the accounting officer. I'm not running from that fact. But we must take note of the engineering department and the accounting officer. In my view, I would like to advise him to pay keen attention to his engineering department. Thanks, sir.
Okay, noted. The PSC had advised accounting officers, based on what you would have said, Mr. Michael, that, and the previous REO that was here also was advised that before signing off on contracts to be paid, the engineer, the clerk of work, and the works committee must certify that they are satisfied with this work before the REO affixes signature for final payments to the REO. So they have different layers of groupings of people looking at this contract to ensure that the scope of work and the contractor would have satisfied what the scope of work require of the contract. So if that is indeed done, REO, going forward, I believe this mishap would be significantly reduced. And this is the recommendation of PSC for you to follow through with going forward. Additionally, several requests were made by members of PSC, and I would like to fix a timeline for your response to those questions. And I'm proposing 1 week. Would that be sufficient, sir?
That'll be sufficient.
Monday. All right. Thank you. Mr.
Chair,
Mahathir.
before David communicates,
Mr.
Again, supplementary commentary.
Proceed.
So it's 7, 8, 9 to what Tishira said, it's 7, 8, 9. And also Mr. Michael. Sir, I would like to be provided with information as to the composition of the tender board at that time. Because it's not only the accounting officer engineer, the composition of the tender board at that time and how it was established, what system was used to come up with the composition of a.
All right. Members.
Mr. Chair, do I have the floor?
Hold on. A request REO was made by the honorable member, and I would like that also to be added to your list of requests for responses from the members to be added for 1 week as well. Dr. Mario?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think Dr. Romay is here and could answer, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 7, 8, 9 again. The explanation that was given is the outpatients department at the Nyamslam Hospital. I'm more health related. Works were not changed to facilitate other important works. I guess whatever other important works had to be more important than delivery of healthcare at the Nyamslam Hospital Outpatients Department. I would like to know what were the more important works. I'd also like to know, I'd also like to know when was the outpatient building at the Nyamslam Hospital started in 2016. whether it was ever completed or when it was completed and when it started providing services to the people of Region 6 and 5.
Ario, that too, to be satisfied within a week's time. Remember, Patterson?
Sir, I'm moving on because we asked a full brief and I thought the full brief, us rehashing, it will incorporate. Sir, can I move on to 802?
Proceed.
Sir, can I move on to 802, yes. Sir? Thank you very much. 802, sir, the regional administration is still to recover outstanding overpayments totaling 8.759 million, 14 contracts, sir, and it's listed right there. And the response by the budget agency that of the 8 million, they were able to recover 454,000. And then, sir, I note the response in 2018 by the January 12th of 2018 by the accounting officer. Oops, I went past it. My apologies. The response I went past now. Yes. And the response is 802. The regional administration recovered the amount that I mentioned, 458,000 during the year, which would have been, I assume, 2017, because this is response. While some contractors are disputing the overpayment as such, in those cases, no recovery has been made. So, sir, what we have here, sir, is 14 contracts awarded overpayment. Contractors are disputing and this. But my question is the names of these contractors in the sense that, and are they still in the system? And if they're still in the system, in the sense that they're still receiving contracts from the state or in the region, why haven't action been taken against them for the to recoup your money? So obviously, my first question is, I would say I would like to have a list of these 14 contracts and have the money stated there. And secondly, I'd like to know what the region has and is doing to recoup these monies, because if any of the contractors are still in the system. And finally, sir, how does the audit office in the region reconcile when a contractor is disputing an overpayment, in the sense that whereby, do you get once again, back down to the engineering department. So if not your engineer, the regional engineering department, so the audit office has determined that there's an overpayment. Based on that advice, the accounting officer writes the contractor saying physical verification says so, and he disputes that. Right? How is that resolved? That is a question, and I think it should use as a standard for all other regions.
Ario? Thank you. I have the list of contractors here that have that were overpaid. List of for each contract as listed here, their names and the figures.
Are any of them in the working for the region now, not employed? Are any of them subsequently continue working for the region at the moment?
At the regional tender board level, there's one name here, but he has subsequent, not from this list. In 2018, we managed to get $1 million.
Talking from that list, we'll come to 2018, yeah. Sir, at a subsequent time.
Well, one contractor thus far has is 500,000.
Oh, you're not answering my question. You have 14 contracts.
Yeah.
Right? I'm asking, of the 14 contracts, right? Are any of the 14 or any and all of the contractors still winning legitimately work in the region and still under the employ the region, right? And that was the question. Then we had subsequent questions.
Yeah. Yes. Some of these contractors are still working in the region. How much? 13 out of the
14. So, Mr. Chair, as a follow-up, I think I'd have to ask guidance here. So 13 of the 14 contractors that owe us $9 million are still enjoying contracts in the region. They've disputed the findings of the Auditor General. I would assume that is right. I mean, and it appears in our 2016, it appears in our 2017 until some sort of resolution is found. How is it that you go forward if there's a disputation between us and those things and that? And if there's a disputation, why does the region deduct the money like they do with taxes and those things like that? And the onus is on the contractor. Or because in every tender you have a question of litigation and outstanding debts and those things like that. So why isn't the region implementing some system to get back the money?
Sorry, the engineer will. Through the chair. Firstly, you hear me now? Okay. Firstly, when an overpayment is determined based on a physical verification, what we do basically when we go to the site, I'll give you from the start point to finish. When we go to a site, we would ask for certain information. As for example, the detailed bills of quantities, drawings, everything on that project. So when we actually go on that visit with the competent officer from the region, who might be the engineer at that time, we're expecting that we have all details there that we can go through. We can make a more informed decision in terms of what we're doing, because that's what we do. Next thing, we go on site, we see that there's an overpayment, let's say of $100,000. Might be on 2x4 members. That overpayment is brought to the decision. It is brought up to the engineer. He's told of that overpayment. He signs off in terms of we have a written instructions book which we would use, our field notes book. So he signs off, and our engineer also would sign off from the audit office. So basically we concur in terms of that finding there on site. Now, having done that, we will draft our report, say 10 projects we have. Now, the reports will be submitted in drafts, will be sent to the accounting officer, a copy of that draft report, for them to submit a response. In those responses, they might say, check with their contractors. Now, when they check the report, they might see we have X amount of overpayments. They might either write to that contractor or 2 or 3 contractors, also how many it might be, and inquire or say, well, look, the Auditor General's office is saying that you have X amount of money overpaid. They might either dispute or they might agree. If they dispute, as is the case that is mentioned here, that would be brought to the attention of our office. We would examine it, and once we will observe that we will cross all our I's and dot all of I's and T's, we would basically stick to our findings. It was it that when we would have visited that site, for example, there is a generator and the room was locked, and we weren't able to see that generator. So for some reason it might have paid. I'm not saying that it did. For some reason it might have gone as overpayment. In a situation like that, if we're invited to do a revisit to concur that it was there on site, that is a reasonable justification. So we would then, might do the revisit. But if we were, apart from our field notes book, when we take it into office, we will run back our calculations and such on the bills of quantities, and we will double check 10 times and see this is it. We would stick by it. So in essence, that is how we would determine if it is feasible to do, and also time frame wise, in terms of, in terms of the other things that we might be doing at the time.
Thank you very much for that detailed explanation. So therefore, my question now goes to the REO. Now that the Auditor General has determined how he gets this figure, how is it that you have 13 contractors working and continue working through the years, not right up to now, and have not sorted any penalty because it's the state's money. They have not suffered any penalty whatsoever. And is it good enough for them to simply say to you, I don't agree with the Auditor General, and is that good enough for you to accept and overlook the information placed in the public domain and in the Parliament by the Auditor General, and continue to award contracts to persons simply because they say they dispute the findings of the Auditor General?
Level of the region re-engage these contractors to ensure wherever there's a dispute to do the clarification to justify it where indeed, if indeed there is a justifiable reason to say that they have not overpaid or not, and seek for the guidance with regards to them gaining more contracts.
Can I just finish, Mr. Manager? I know, or you allow me to finish? Just in that response?
You have the floor, man.
Some of these here are over 10 years, 2013, 10, 11 years, you know what I mean? They could claim they have a dispute, but I'm sure wear and tear and uses of these buildings are occupied and those things like that. This here has been an issue flagged since 10, 15 years. No action has been taken. I can't see how you can entertain a dispute at this stage. How is the region going to resolve it if the person gets up and say, you probably must change 4 toilet bowls already. If it's a public building, how are you going to resolve it and get this off of your audit office report? Because if you haven't addressed it, if you don't address it now, I'm sure it's in 2017, and I'm sure, I don't know, we haven't seen 2020 yet, but how do you propose as the accounting officer, or maybe somebody can recommend that you move forward, but you have contractors that are working, enjoying the benefits of state money, and say until they dispute something, they continue the employment and still cannot repay the money.
Well, thank you. As I said earlier, we would try to engage them and seek the necessary guidance for the other agencies how we move forward. I might not have the answer here today, but engage the relevant stakeholders to see how we can move this forward to ensure that these queries are cleared, and it's either they no longer have work in the region, or I said the queries are cleared and they continue in good faith.
Can you provide a list with those said contractors, accompanied with the amount of contracts they would have won and executed in the region, each of the 13 contractors?
Any specific date?
From when okay. Yes, Madam Chair.
We have to think more, not only to do with that, the specific request to the accounting officer, but I think as a PAC, because this issue of overpayments is coming up in almost every agency, some to do with tenders, some to do with salaries, a range of things. And I was wondering, particularly in this case, where the contractors are disputing that there was an overpayment, how do we handle it? How does the Auditor General or the NPATAB or the region or the ministry handle it? And I think we need to think about how it could be handled. It must be rectified. As you said, it can't be repeating every year ad nauseum. And then maybe we need to look at some legal amendment or some mechanism, administratively or legally, that allows for where, just like you have the bid protest with the Procurement Act, that whether we include in the Audit General Office Act or the NPTAB, some part of the act that says where there's a dispute regarding overpayment, this is how it's going to be dealt with. An arbiter, a mediator, whatever, is going to sit down and look at the different facts and make a decision and have some legal binding issue. And that you have to pay back, you have 6 months to pay back in tranches or whatever. If failing that, then it's court. Then the matter is taken to court. Because the regions have a problem with not having all the legal support. The NDCs are the same thing, the municipalities, they're really hampered. But I think we need to, it's a lacuna, and it is an issue because the point is you can have an overpayment and then the contractor says, no, you're wrong. I'm not paying that. And as you said, 4 years later, 10 years later, how do you resolve it? It keeps repeating on the document. So I think that we need to conceptualize, maybe ask an legal opinion, or maybe the Auditor General and the NPTAB could discuss it and come back to us with a view of how could we address this issue of the overpayment, particularly where it's disputed. We have the bid protest, which handles where people feel they've been wronged. Right, but this is now when everything's finished. So I wanted to suggest that not only that this is going to come up every agency we deal with, and it is, but we need to look at, is there a way this could be addressed, right? So that's my suggestion.
I think that's a very good suggestion.
To address in the future, I do think that that we may have an issue how to get, particularly for contractors that are no longer here, are no longer in the system. We also have to have a mechanism how to get it off the audit report. And can I ask the auditors, unless, yes, AG?
Sorry, when Mr. Patterson is true with his comment, I don't.
That's FS?
Yes, Chair. But I don't want to break. I don't want to interrupt.
Go ahead, Patterson.
Okay. On this issue regarding overpayment, there is already a mechanism. First step is for you to try to recover the funds. If you cannot recover the funds, you then surcharge the officer who made the overpayment. So a mechanism already exists. What we have though is a situation whereby across agencies, engineers are certifying work, and it is only until the audit is completed we're told that you have an overpayment. The accounting officers, most of us are not engineers, so we go on the strength of the recommendation from the engineer, right? And so going forward, what we need to do is to place a greater burden on the engineer, right? Ensure that whatever documentation is submitted, payments, the engineer will take responsibility for those submissions. If not, we have this situation where year after year, accounting officers are dragged before the PSC for something that they may not be able to detect or enough to stop, right? So we have a mechanism for recovering the funds. You either get it from the contractor or you get it from the accounting officer. But what we would like is to prevent this type of problem from repeating. And I believe that if we place this responsibility on the shoulder of the engineer, I think we might be able to see improvements going forward. That is my contribution, Chair.
Thank you, FS. But before you go, you indicated that the officer can be surcharged as a means of recovering some of these monies. And you also indicated that the contractor, there's a mechanism for the contractor. I'm not very much clear on what mechanism is there for the contractor to pay back these monies that he or she was overpaid. What mechanism is there in place?
Agreement that there is an overpayment.
Yeah,
Are they
so
even
the
agree
first
that
thing
it's an overpayment?
the contractor would have to accept that there was an overpayment.
Yeah.
And to undertake to repay the.
But if he does not accept FS, where do we go from there? Because this is a scenario that presently we're discussing, where the contractors have said to the administration, the RDC, that the audit office made a mistake and they should not be given the burden of paying back monies. They're saying no. So how do we address this situation? Because these same contractors who have said that they are not at fault are receiving presently millions of dollars worth in contracts over the past 10 years. They're still in the system earning. So how do we address this situation? And I think Comrade Teixeira's suggestion is noteworthy, and it presents an opportunity for the PAC to have teeth so that we could hold these accounting officers accountable as well as contractors. And if it legally, we have to invite the FS, invite the audit office, the auditor general, and even the attorney general's office to provide us with the legal ambit of where we can maneuver as the PAC, then I think that's the only way this could be addressed. And if that is going to be accepted by the PAC, then I would like to propose that we put some timelines to either inviting all of these different agencies to come and put forward ideas or suggestions of how we can really empower the PAC to be far more efficient rather than offering advice that is not apparently being accepted by accounting officers. So we have a recycle of the problems that we're trying here to address at the PAC's level.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, AG.
Yes. I just went back to 2011 Auditor General report, and we had a findings there of 725,000 overpayment. Part of it had to do supply tar and fix GH whaler, of which we were supposed to see 816 BM. We only found 470. So there was an overpayment of 138,400. My issue is that contractors would always come and claim that no, they are not the guilty party. The problem is sometimes, as some of the REOs and accounting officers say, they did a change in program. We use the final voucher. If you are supposed to put in 10 windows and you did not put in 10 windows, you put in 6, you have to state on that final voucher what you did and why you change it. Because it's the final voucher that we are using. And if you check all these overpayment and the response that we got at the time of clearing the queries, the accounting officers say they will contact the contractor and in order to get the recover the overpayment. So in cases where, and that is why we have put in that new system of sign off, both with the ministries or the regions, accounting system, or engineers, and you have to identify someone now that go and show us, because you will not come next time and say, oh, we show you the wrong work or the wrong part of the street. So it's a very difficult part, but we will stick to our situation because we have documented information that we send to the accounting officer, what it is for each overpayment. Subsequently, after all of that is being done, and nothing can be done after so many years, just to answer the other member question, it's then we'll have to go to the finance secretary to write it off as a loss to the government fund. Thank you.
So, okay, I mean, this is a 10-year issue which keeps recycling, we keep repeating itself in the Auditor General's report. Then I believe the Auditor General, therefore, since you were saying it should, the FS can write it off, you can pen to the FS a recommendation for him to consider to write it off because it's 10 years and it's coming in your record. But additionally, AG, the overpayment of contractors is not the contractor's fault because it is the engineers who have to sign off to say, yes, I am satisfied that this contract has satisfied the contractual arrangement that the contractor did. So the fault essentially lies with the engineers who signs off on these completion of contract before the contractor is paid. So Mr. Shearer's suggestion, I believe, is a fundamental one, and it can give direction for future engagements of how we address this fundamental problem that keeps repeating itself in the Auditor General's report. And we really need to fix it. I think that is one of the objectives of the PSE, to clog these different areas that is causing the state too much money. So I think the honorable member suggestion is one that the PSE should give serious consideration to. And I think we can invite the various heads, such as the FS, such as the audit office, the accountant general, and the attorney general, to give guidance of how we can really enact this, to share a suggestion so that we could really fix this problem going forward, because it indeed is a problem. We cannot come in here as PSC giving advice, as the advisors as well to PSC, proffering all of these advice, and it isn't bearing no fruit. If we want to move from the next level, we can't keep doing the same thing over and over. And I believe the honorable member's suggestion is not doing the same thing over and over. We should definitely give serious consideration to that.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon, everyone. The problem
Could you please identify yourself?
Dr. Amaya, previous REO.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Dr. Amaya.
I had this problem for the first year when I was there. And most of the blames has to go to the engineers who has to approve the work that is completed. And if the work is approved by the engineer to be completed, then payment should be made. And with my experience, that work was not confirmed, and many times I hold up the payments. However, I recuperate a lot of money during when I was the REO for the region for the 1 year. Our president, who was running the PAC at the time, he was the chairman. I made a valid suggestion, but it is not within the tender board regulations not to give these people job unless they paid up the arrears that they owed to the country. And if we stipulate that, the whole idea of overpayment, and the overpayment that come accidentally, it came because of the bad system within the region, that the work was not verified. And if it was verified, something is wrong, that it was not completed. And if we hold out to that one a situation whereby we are not going to give you a job, but again, I don't know what is it in the board regulations, that if you can debar people from having job when they owe the country money. And that is one of the ways you can get this money, regain this money very quickly, not to give them job to do in that region.
Thank you, Dr. Amaya.
Mr. Chairman, I've been requesting the floor for a very long time.
I recognize Mr. Shear would have indicated her many times though, but since she go ahead, sir.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have questions on 791 and 792, but before I go there, I want to speak to this issue of overpayment because I think we're missing the bus somewhere along the line. The Auditor General's query or citing an issue of overpayment is not a controversy between the audit office and the contractor. It's a controversy between the accounting officer and the audit office, who's checking to ensure that the accounting officer expended government's money in a proper manner, providing all of the due diligence processes. So whenever the Auditor General says there's an overpayment, the first controversy exists is with the accounting officer and his team, because they had to agree with the contractor to pay this money. They had to agree with the contractor to pay the money. And if the audit office did not raise an inquiry, that contractor would have gone with that money and would have never had to overpay it, would have never had to repay it. And as I understand it, the Auditor General's office don't go through every single contract. This is sampling. This is sampling. And if in the sampling we have this situation, I think when you go through a forensic 100% audit, the situation would be greater. The FMAA already provides redress to deal with this matter. So whether we blame the engineer, and we have to strengthen the engineering department, it is the responsibility of the accounting officer before they put their final signature to verify that everything is in place. If the accounting officer believed the testimony and the signing off of his engineer, and then he is found to have made an overpayment, the accounting officer has the power under the FMAA to deal with the people who caused him to sign off. And that is not happening. And some of the people is what Mr. Maipal is talking about. The engineers department, the superintendent of works, and even the works committee, because inspections need to be done. And I want to make it clear, while I'm in agreement with blacklisting or debarring contractors who defraud the state, the contractor could only defraud the state with the collusion of somebody who have to authorize the payments to be made. So let's get our house in order and ensure the enforcement of the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act. Terminations, surcharging, dismissals, whatever the case is, to strengthen this whole issue of ensuring government money are properly spent and we get value for money. That brings me, Mr. Chairman, to SEM 91. A contract is awarded in 2016 for the revetment of Barakara Country Creek. The Auditor General is saying two things. Number one, it went to the second lowest of 8 bidders for a sum of 7.521 million. No reasons was given why it wasn't given to the lowest. 7.521 million. No reason was given why the lowest bidder was not considered. So the issue of tender board minutes are right here. Do we have minutes to indicate why the lowest bidder in 2016 was not given the contract? But what is worse is that even though there was an overpayment in this issue, sorry, there was no overpayment here. Payments were made for inferior quality works, and there was basically no record that the timber piles were inspected before they were driven, which is rudimentary. If you're putting something in the ground that has to be paid for, somebody got to inspect, sign off, it got the length, it got the quality before the driving start. Because the engineers from the audit office can measure the depth of the pile in the road. They can know, they got to rely on something. Somebody got to sign off. What is the situation here? Did we have an engineering department? Did we have a superintendent of works? Did we have clerk of works that allows for this to happen? And then when we go to 792, we got payments that were made, and these payments that were made, 97 cubic yards more of crusher run was paid for than was found to be on site. And the documents that allow for the payment had no completion date of the work, and nothing was there on the certificate that bore evidence that the work was confirmed by a particular date. And that was an overpayment of $1.697 plus million. What was happening in 2016 in the engineering department in Region 6 that led to this?
So with regards to the Honorable Member Bishop Edgel's contribution just now with regards to some powers that can be enacted, I would also like to propose for the committee to consider, based on Mr. Shearer's suggestion as well, that we ask the AG's office as well as the Finance Secretary's office to come up with possible solutions or further solutions of how we can be more efficient and effective in reducing these constant mishap of overpayments as a result of engineers not being shrewd enough in executing their mandate and their responsibility. Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
But Mr. Chairman, I got questions on the floor that haven't been answered.
Okay.
Well, we have to wait for the REO to answer. So we have to, but in the meantime, can I just add an observation to 792? Is that other than overpayment, one of the most criminal things for me in the report is that the completion date of works could not be established since the completion certificate bore no evidence to confirm such a date. That's not an engineering issue. That's an admin issue.
Yes.
And so to add to what Bishop has said, how can this kind of carelessness go on where you have a document that has no completion date of works being signed off and paid as an overpayment? This is recklessness in accounting as far as I'm concerned. And that you can't blame the engineer on. The audit, my concern about all this engineer issue is that we're avoiding one of the accounting officers, many cases, either being lazy, sitting on their you-know-whats, and not going out in the field to check the work, which is part of their responsibility, with the engineer, and or just signing whatever the engineers give them. And so it can't be just have all of a sudden coming out of this PACs, the engineers, because the persons who should be surcharged on these issues have been the accounting officers, and not one have been surcharged as far as I remember for the last 30 years or more. So I don't want the engineers to be the whipping boys in the whole thing. They're guilty of a lot of stuff. But the accounting officers, when you look at these reports, are not innocent in all of this. They're either lazy, they're not doing their work, they're just signing whatever's put in front of them. They're not in the field, they don't know what's going on. And that is acceptable because they're the ones who have to answer for taxpayers' money.
Mr. Chair, for me, Mr. Chair, we keep this issue of overpayment is something that we've been dealing with every single agency that we have examined thus far. We're examining 2016 report, but overpayment is not an isolation of the 2016 reports. In 2017 report, 2018, 2019, Mr. Chair, if you go back to 2014 report, 2014 report, over the word overpayment was cited 172 times. I say that to say that is not a new issue, like Mr. Scherer rightly made a recommendation that we can't just be, the PSC cannot just continue to act in a capacity of just reviewing, making these comments, and nothing substantial is coming out of it. I think we're at the point right now that we need to make a recommendation on how we move forward. Decisions need to be put forward by the PAC as to how to deal with these situations of overpayment. I noted Mr. Edgel went at length to explain that the FMA and so forth, there are procedures that have been identified, they're laid out as to how to deal with certain things. My thing is, Mr. Chair, is that it has not been working. These things have not been adhered in many instances, and therefore we need to find a mechanism to move forward. Let us just not, we cannot look at this particular case, we cannot look at this particular agency in isolation, because it's a general issue. So I'm just asking for us not to keep going around in circles on the matter of overpayment. Let us just have a decision on how we're going to move forward in fixing this issue. Thank you.
I agree with you, Honorable Member, and that is why we have proposed for the Audit Office, as well as the Finance Secretary, and hopefully the Attorney General Office as well, to give possible solutions that the committee can accept. And hopefully, if needs be, bring a motion to the Parliament for approval, and we get this enacted into law.
But I still want to ask the REO, where was completion date not on the document?
I have
That's
several
what
questions on the floor to be
Please
answered,
ask
sir.
questions.
Yes, so the Honorable Member Bishop Edgel would have asked you several questions, Ari, as well as Honorable Member Teixeira. Can you provide PSC with those responses?
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the last question in terms of repayment, contractor was written to on a sum of 612,000 was paid back. With regards to the
which one are the contractor? There's one out of the 13?
791 or 792?
792.
Okay.
With regards to the completion date and the minutes, just like 7, 8, 9, Chair. In preparation for this meeting today, I tried to access a search for the 2016 minutes, and the board minutes. That's why I was unable to provide same for 7, 8, 9. Endeavor to provide with the 1 week period that you asked that I can make another source, because documents were in a building way back at the RDC. And we tried, but we didn't locate it, but I endeavored to go again just to provide within a week with regards to the documentation. But I don't know if any of the REOs can recollect of what actually transpired or
Can any of the other REOs present provide some assistance?
Not to my recollection, Mr. Chair, I cannot recall.
I asked specifically, Mr. Chairman, what was transpiring in the engineers department that allows for piles to be driven and nobody inspected it before? There's not a tender board minutes. I specifically asked how the piles could have been deteriorating 6 months after, 7 months after maximum when the Auditor General checked. This is 2016 work. How do we know it's new piles drivers, the same old piles used back? What was going on in the engineers department? Did they have an engineer? Did they have a superintendent of works? Did they have a clerk of work? Who was responsible?
and maybe assisted by, if needed, 2 former REOs.
Good afternoon again. At the time, there was an engineer and a superintendent of works.
Were either of the 2 of them written to REO to answer to this finding of the Auditor General?
I don't. Dr. Ramaya, if you may able to answer.
No, not to my knowledge. And this work was not during my time of the REO. I already resigned from the job.
Is the superintendent of works at the time still the superintendent present day?
I'm confused about which RO was.
Yeah,
where,
it's the same
when,
person.
What date?
So the same superintendent of works that approved those files, are you saying that he is the same superintendent of works that presently operates in the work department?
Honorable Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Stevens wrote to PAC in 2018, and at paragraph 791, the response was, the regional administrators implemented better supervision. That's the answer, better supervision. I'm asking what transpired that allowed for this. Help me, could we name the contractor PAC who had this job? Let's get on with it. Yes, we do. Yes, we do name contractors. Well, I'm going to that.
Are you?
And to get the correct. Sure, we just want to verify. There's a name here, but we just want to verify if indeed that is. That's it. Gupta Engineering. I'm advised Gupta Engineering. I don't remember.
Yes, Gupta Engineering and Contracting. So Gupta Engineering was not the lowest bidder. The Auditor General says that. He was given the job. No reason was stated why the lowest responsive bidder got the job. He did the job unsupervised. He was able to drive piles without anybody signing off. The pile's good, the pile's bad. Could you tell us who was the engineer, the name of the engineer at the time?
Rupesh Prasad. I'm advised Honorable Member Rupesh Prasad.
The Honorable?
No, it's an Honorable Member. I'm advised Rupesh Prasad.
Was Mr. Gupta a former member, employee of the RDC?
I know I can rely on it. Marius, I'm not aware, Honorable Member.
Your personnel, of course, accompanying you, sir.
Gupta Engineering. He was a member of the RDC.
Of staff. You're talking about staff. Former member of staff.
Good afternoon. Mr. Gupta was an engineer at the RDC. However, I'm not sure if the same person is a contractor. But Mr. Gupta was an engineer at the RDC.
Gupta Engineer.
The name of the contractor was Gupta Engineering and Contracting. And my follow-up question was, this contractor that was given this job on the question by the Auditor General that he was not the lowest responsive bidder, and the minutes did not reflect why he was given the job, I'm asking the question, if he was at any time a staff of RDC 6. Forget about the name. We know the contractor. We see the man coming for payment. We know for somebody that was to work to be paying. Oh, but let me just tell us, what is the name of the principal of Gupta Engineering?
I'm advised Adrian Gupta, member.
Adrian Gupta.
Adrian Gupta.
Now I ask the question. Was Adrian Gupta an employee of RBC 6 before he went into his own contracting business?
Chairman, Mark Gupta was the employee of the RDC as an engineer.
Can you repeat that personnel? What's the name of the
Mark
guy?
Gupta was the staff of the former staff of the RDC.
Mark Gupta.
So are you aware if Mark Gupta and Adrian Gupta are brothers?
I am not aware of that.
Well, I'm putting to you that they are brothers.
Okay.
Mark Gupta and Adrian Gupta are brothers. And I'm putting it to you that an engineer that used to work with the region, he got a job in 2016. That his brother's name was used as the firm. And he was allowed to do the work unsupervised. Nobody checking on it. And when I asked questions at PAC, who was the engineer supervising Mr. Gupta? Who was the superintendent of works that allowed for this? We're not getting anywhere.
Go ahead, PS. Ario, sorry.
Comrade Chair, I was not the REO at that present time. I didn't want to go down that road, but I need to make mention of the fact. Tender Board Minutes 22 of 2016. Tender Board Minutes number 4, of 2016, dated March 22nd, 2016. But I really didn't want to go down that road, but I need to mention that I was not the REO at that time.
So who was the REO?
Who was the REO?
Give us the tender board number again.
4 of 2016.
4 of 2016, dated 22nd of March, 2016.
Additionally, on an additional question, Ario, can you also indicate who was the REO at that time?
I was, Mr. Chairman.
The minute is being signed by Dr. Romaya.
Okay, thank you.
It is one thing. The issue of shoddy work and poor materials is the second one. And that to me is the more criminal of the issues, in that poor quality work, or what you call materials, was used and unsupervised and unchecked. That's the point of view should be safe. You know, that the piles before they're driven have to be checked to make sure they meet the specifications. And that wasn't done. So that the REOs that are here, and for Mr. Amaya, who was the REO then, had you known this, why didn't you know that? Let me rephrase. When this project was near completion and had to be signed, completion date of the works could not be established since the completion certificate bore no evidence to confirm such date. So who signed the completion document, and how was the payment made without a date on the completion document?
Mr. Chair, to the best of my recollection, I will not be able to, unless the date is being indicated when the work commenced after the contract was given and when the payment was made, because I left the job, I believe, sometime in July. So if that can be provided, then I can be able to answer more specific on that issue. because I left the job in 2016. But I do not know when the job commenced, already concluded at this time. There is no record I have.
And just ask, is it normal for an RO, any RO here, there are 3 here, to sign off for final payment without a certificate completion dated? Is it normal practice that you would pay regardless of a date on a completion certificate?
I remember that is not normal. I can speak for now that existed after 31st of August 2020. That doesn't exist. What happens in Region 6.
Right. I know this question was asked before, but just for my sake, could you repeat the engineer's name for that particular contract?
Prasad?
Pardon me?
Rupesh Prasad.
Rupesh Prasad. Now I'm trying to establish, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I'm trying to establish the argument that Mr. Ezra was putting forward before about Gupta, because I know a lot of reference is made to the fact that we had a particular person by the name of Gupta working there, and then the principal of the company being Gupta. But I'm trying to establish what exactly I'm trying to understand what exactly Mr. Edgel is trying to establish there, because I think the engineer is not the person Gupta that was working there at the administration. So what exactly is the linkage there? What are we trying to establish?
I'm trying to establish that a contractor was given a job that he was allowed to carry out unsupervised. He was paid. The materials used are under question. There was no site book that shows that the piles driven were inspected. We don't even know if they received tar. We don't know if they had the length. They were paid. And I'm making the point that the Gupta that did this job, his brother, I'm being told, was an engineer at the region previously. You could argue that for the rest of the day. You could go ahead. It's under your turn. Go ahead and argue it.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
We cannot, as a PAC, just be throwing out these as portions out in the public like that. There's absolutely no record or no evidence that suggests there was anything.
The Auditor General has already said, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I don't think if I may be allowed to complete my statement, Mr. Chair, we cannot just allow persons' name to be thrown out here for us to put them into the public like that when we have absolutely no evidence of what we are just implying. There's a mere implication. We cannot continue like this, because we can come to PSC every single meeting and throw somebody else's name out there. We cannot accept it.
Mr. Chair, I don't like saying things that put people in a hot spot, but I'm going to ask again another question. We have established that Mark Gupta used to work at the region. I'm going to go further now to establish that Adrian Gupta used to also work at the region.
Yeah, but Mr. Chair, can I?
I'm establishing that the region issued contracts to people to do works, that they did it unsupervised, and the persons who did the works were ex-employees of the region. They were ex-employees of the region.
Yeah, but
that's the point.
Mr. Chair, allow me.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, look, I am not, first and foremost, employment. I thought in this country, you seek employment wherever, and wherever you're hired and those things like that. Secondly, I'm a bit perturbed by us throwing people's names like that. You know what I mean? I see the honorable member is being briefed by the AG's office, which is unprofessional for the AG's office.
Where's being unprofessional?
It is, right?
No, not secretively give a memo, but for the entire committee.
I don't know the Guptas or the thing, but to simply put on record, and we're going live as well, right? The mere fact that Gupta, I don't know, thinking we forget whichever administration he worked at, Gupta worked there. They are, I know for sure they are contractors that used to be chief works officers. They're contractors that used to be, we could start there, and they've left the job and they've started another profession. So I'm a bit wary, right? I'm not saying that the members things are unfounded. I'm a bit wary of us just throwing these things out and insinuating, right, with no strategy, save and accept that they may or may not be related. I don't know the two persons. Don't even want to know them two persons, but their names are now being spread down out without any sort of thing. If the member has a specific allegation, I think it's best he should forward that to the same gentleman in the back who is giving him, who's forwarding information. And for them, they're the competent agencies or the police to do further investigation, see if there's any collusion or anything like that. You know, but to insinuate it in general public such as this, I don't think that's where they think. And I know in Parliament, we have a rule, right? We ask who the contractor. And so we have a rule that we don't call persons, called the other group that is in employment. I don't know. I don't know if he's still employed there or wherever it is, what it is, but he doesn't have the opportunity to respond. So I'm only saying that. I mean, the member may know some particularly, none of us knows, but you can't just make these allegations without some sort of level of proof.
Let me make this point. I hear you, honorable member. Now listen, I see no difficulty in accepting that if an employee who once worked at the region decides to leave the job and get into private business of which he or she wants to become a contractor. And if he is the one who wins a specific contract, the responsibility of the scrutiny of his work is not rest on him, it is rest on the administration. So if the administration failed to do their due diligence in observing that protocols are respected by this contractor who wins a contract, then that contract is not at fault. Now, mistakes were made, and that's why the AG's office would have recorded that, and that's why we're having this discussion. But I agree, person's character should not be impugned on mere allegations without substantive evidence. Additionally, the audit office, staff, the advisors who are here to give advice to the PAC. And I don't have any challenge if outside of the committee a member wants to go and approach an advisor who's here to ask clarity on any issue. But to lean in over and speak to members who are advisors to the committee and then asking questions, I don't think that is the most prudent way and professional way of how this PSC should be conducted.
Very selective though.
So ladies and gentlemen, members of PSC advisors, please let us conduct ourselves in a manner that doesn't bring the PSC into disrepute.
Mr. Chairman?
Proceed, honorable member.
Let me just correct a matter. And I think the audit office was seeking to correct me on a matter when they passed me a note, and I'd like to correct that since it's public.
The audit office need to correct anything to the committee. Indicate you have a desire to correct a mistake.
Mr. Chairman of the PSC.
Sir, if you want to advise the member on a mistake or give further clarity, you advise the committee, sir. Okay? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I am going back over paragraph 791 since we want to stay there. And I'll go it over meticulously to establish the point I'm making. The Auditor General indicated paragraph 791, a job was given to $7.521 million to a contractor who we now know is Gupta Engineering and Contracting. He was not the lowest responsive bidder. And the reasons why the lowest was not considered was not given. This gentleman did the job. And at the time of doing the job, we are told.
Honorable member, if I can intrude. According to standing orders of the National Assembly, evidence containing allegations. 101. If during the committee's public proceedings, evidence is given which, in the committee's view, is injurious to a person's reputation, the committee may adjourn the proceedings to be heard privately and invite that person to be present during giving of such evidence. I believe this member reputation is at stake here, and as such, I would rather we adjourn this particular session and follow what the evidence containing allegations of the standing order of the National Assembly suggests. And if we want to proceed in this line, let us invite the honorable member in private, as the standing order would have given guidance to, so that we may not further put additional injury to the individual's reputation and character, and more so their business. So we will not proceed by entertaining any further question on this matter. Thank you.
Very good protectionism.
Rules we following here, honorable member. The rules.
Selective. I wasn't making an allegation. I am making the point.
We are not proceeding with this matter.
Yeah, I'm making the point that the man who was supervising.
Sir, we're not proceeding with this matter.
It came out already.
We're not proceeding with this matter.
Yeah, keep protectionism.
Proceed, honorable member.
801 has to do with check orders that have not been cleared. This is $119.78 million that check orders outstanding for prior years 2010 to 2015. And that this was in the 2016 report. In the 2018 response by Ms. Williams, she presents the same table, but that's in the 2016 report. It's exactly the same. And it's saying that the region continues to make every effort to clear outstanding check orders, however, is unable to date to locate these expense vouchers. That was 2018. Can the REOs present state, have they been able to locate the expense vouchers to the value of 119.7 million between 2010 and 2015? And I mean, the question was asked, has there been improvement? I assume you'll answer that as well. But how could expense vouchers disappear? I mean, so many of them. You're talking about 230 check orders. The vouchers for those disappeared or can't be located. Has there been any effort to find them, or is there some confusion? Were they destroyed? Was it a fire? They went to the wrong department, misfiled? What's happened? It's a lot of money. It's clear.
I remember, based on the update we have here, that only 2 check orders are now outstanding for 2050, but subject to the correction from audit office.
So you're saying from 2010 to 2014 have all been cleared now?
That's my information.
So the last 2. And when were these cleared, Ario? When? When were these cleared?
I'll seek some guidance from the audit office.
And the only outstanding one, and these were cleared in 2021 or earlier? You'll check on that. And then the 2 for 2015, those are the only 2 outstanding.
Based on my understanding here.
Right. So could we have an idea of when were the 2010 to 2014 cleared?
We ask the audit office to lend some assistance here.
Through the chair, sir, I'm informed by the supervisor, Region 6, that the position remains the same as mentioned in the report.
Oh, wait. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. The RO just said that according to their records, they've cleared from 2010 to 2014. I asked him when. He had to check. And the only outstanding for him are the two that were listed for 2015. Those are outstanding. And you're saying none have been cleared? What kind of coordinating going on between the audit office and the region? It is a serious thing because the majority of the check orders not cleared are between 2010 and 2014. If they've been cleared, that is, the vouchers were found. That's a big achievement. And you say no.
I'm advised by a PS finance it was written off by state audit. I'm subject to the correction now. I remember my PS finance is advising me that state audit had written it off. That's the information I have. My apology if I providing incorrect.
State audit wrote it off when? When? Yes, state
Good
audit.
afternoon, Chairman, members.
Could you speak into the mic, sir?
Subsequent to 2016 report, we were advised that they are, as the general had approached the finance secretary and have written off up to 2014.
Do you have the documentation?
No, sorry, I don't have the documentation. That's why we were seeking advice from the general
Okay, there are
office.
two different things then. There are three different stories. One is what's in 2016. Two is what the REO said that they've cleared off. And three, and the third story, of course, is they haven't cleared off. And the fourth story is that the Auditor General wrote the FS requesting these to be written off. Completely four different stories. Because even if the FS wrote, Auditor General asked the FS to write off, it should be in the briefing notes we got for 2016, which it is not. So what is happening? Left hand don't know what right hand doing in this place? Because if the FS wrote, if the Auditor General wrote the FS saying, I'm recommending that these be written off, it should be in the briefing notes for us of 2021. If it is that, and in course, the region should have a copy of some kind of documentation to show that's a request being made. And if that's so, when was that request made? Certainly it hasn't reached, as far I know, Cabinet. At least not the last year.
Yes. Ario, may I remind you, sir, chapter 108, the legislative body's evidence, where it speaks to perjury. Every person examined under this act who willfully gives false evidence shall be guilty of perjury. I'm reminding you of this, sir. If you're not certain about what you are providing to the PSC, do not proffer information that you cannot substantiate. It constitutes to perjury, and you can be, sir, found guilty and prosecuted.
Thank you.
All right. So please, if you're not certain about any information that you're going to be providing PSC, do not proffer a response.
Thank you for the guidance provided.
To tell us, did he write the FS requesting for this to be written off?
AG,
While we wait.
is the AG still online?
Yes, Mr. Chair. No, I do not I can't write the FS to write off anything. It's the entity have to do that. But I will recheck and see. I'm seeing that the 2017 report it is there. I will have to recheck and see what happened with this matter.
Okay, can the FS provide information if his office is in possession of such a request for a write-off?
Chair, I need to check and get back to the meeting this. I was not aware that this issue I was not aware of this issue before, right?
Would a week be of sufficient time for you, sir?
Yes, Chair.
Monday, thank you. Any other questions, honorable members? There being no other questions, Ario, a number of requests has been made for you to provide responses for, of which you have agreed to make those provisions on Monday, 1 week. We trust that you will honor those obligations to the PSC. And with that said, I would like to thank you and your team for sojourning here to make representation for your region. Thank you very much and safe travels.
Thank you.
Chair, could I wish to speak? How are you? Happy birthday all on behalf.
Oh, this was his birthday? What a way to spend your birthday.
On behalf of the Public Accounts Committee,
You might have been a
we
little
would like
kinder.
to extend a happy birthday to you. And for the future, you should advise PSC before when is your birthday, so that the honorable members may not be as so diligent in the execution of their responsibilities. Do have a safe travel and remember to be safe.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
So as it relates to 2016, there are no outstanding sums as it relates to the warrants that were made. Continuing to 42.
I was advised, no, there are no outstanding sums.
And could you indicate when those drugs were delivered?
I will have to double check and I can give you a report on that.
Would 1 week suffice, Ario?
I beg your
Would 1
pardon?
week be sufficient for you to provide PSU that information?
Yes, it would be.
Monday, thank you.
Could the accounting officer tell PSC, Mr. Chairman, if during 2016 there were reports of shortages of drugs and medical supplies in region number 5?
I cannot speak on 2016, but I can tell you as of now, we would have checked and we would have ensured that the health centers and the hospitals have adequate drugs and that there are no shortages as of Friday.
Members, can we ensure that our questions are with regards to the year that is before us?
Well,
Thank you.
that's why I'm asking about 2016, sir.
Say 2014, I heard.
2016. In 2016, the public accounts is being told that all of the monies that were warranted to central ministry, they received the adequate supply of drugs. There were public outcries about the shortage of drugs and medical supplies. And I did ask the question, when the drugs that were paid for in 2016 was delivered, you said you have to get back to me. I'm asking, could you please find out from your team if in 2016, despite this expenditure, if there was shortage of drugs and medical supplies in region number 5?
I can certainly do that, sir.
Could we get an answer now from somebody in your team that is with you?
I can redirect the question to engineer because he was the only person that was present then. Everybody else is new. Mr. Sukkar?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of PSC. At this point in time, I would not be able to say, but I am aware that in 2016 there were reports of shortages of
Member, if you cannot provide us with the answer to the question, I ask you to refrain from proffering your opinion. And need I remind you,
my apologies, Mr.
remind
Chairman.
all of the members of region number 5 of what chapter 108 speaks to with regards to the laws of Guyana. Every person examined under this act who willfully gives false evidence shall be guilty of perjury. So, honorable member, if you are not certain about the information that you're given, I advise you not to provide the PSC with false information. Thank you.
So guided, Mr. Chairman. I humbly withdraw.
Members, going forward, this quotation will be provided for all public accounts office, all officers coming before the PSC to give further guidance on how they proceed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I be advised if the former REO was invited to join this meeting this afternoon, because he was the one who appeared, and if there's nobody there that knew or could answer to these questions, because I'm going into the procurement process, which I'm asking questions that I asked before in the last PAC about the selective tendering for the purchase of drugs. And I don't know how the current REO going to be able to answer these questions if Mr. Morrison was not requested to attend.
He was.
Could we get an explanation of his absence?
Well, the committee would have, the clerk would have written to the former REO, informing him about PSC and him making an appearance, but I don't believe an explanation was provided for his absence.
Mr. Chairman, I would.
Could the current REO state whether the REO was made? Did you make contact with the previous REO, Madam Blackmore?
I was unable to locate him, but I forward all the relevant information to the office of the Parliament.
Thank you.
They would have asked for contact information, and I did so.
Yeah,
Thank you, madam.
former REOs and PSs don't have a choice. And the same thing we had with PS Balram. And therefore I expected this committee will do the same with Mr. Morrison. They don't have a choice not to come before the committee. They may explain that they have a particular idiosyncrasies that have to be addressed, but they have to appear. And so we insisted, Mr. Balram at one point said he wasn't well, he was sickly, etc., but he ended up appearing before the committee virtually. So can Mr. Morrison be, what's the problem with Mr. Morrison?
Mr. Chair,
Are you Mr. Morrison?
No, I'm not.
You have the floor, Ma'am Padas.
Yes, I'm not Mr. Morrison, nor am I making any excuses for Mr. Morrison or anything like that. But for what I heard the REO said is that the staff had no contact details to him. They forwarded contact details with the staff, right? Yeah. So we, even before that, we just have to ascertain if he actually did receive it. Yeah, if he is wrong in the jurisdiction or whatever it is before.
Answer that. We can answer that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just making a statement.
She's inquiring from our staff because the REO.
Because if he's not here and he hasn't, what's the use of going ahead? She can't answer, the president REO cannot answer some of these questions.
Yeah, but we won't know what questions she can answer unless we ask.
Well, if half the people are gone, how is she going to answer for some of the questions?
So who's responsible for getting them off?
No, that's not all, 99%. One person left back. You want to be specific? Let's get down to specifics. You like to say? Sent home, no? They weren't sent home.
So, based on information from the clerk, efforts were made to make contact with Mr. Morrison.
Where is he living, Guyana?
I won't be able to say.
I just asked you, is he in Guyana? I didn't ask which town.
I know where I live.
I asked if he's in Guyana.
I won't be
that's
able
all.
to say, Madam Teixeira. I'm least concerned about Mr. Morrison's whereabouts.
Yeah.
Is he in Guyana?
He does not. He had a cell phone number which they
His
tried.
cell phone was tried and
It's off.
it
So I'd
kept going to
assume.
voicemail.
Yeah.
And there's no mailing address known by the clerk of the committee. So those correspondence were sent to the RDC of Region Number 5 to try and locate him. Yes.
So basically, Mr. Chair, we have established that there is no contact was made. So the form PS, in essence, did not get an invite.
Are you? Yeah.
Yeah, the former RU did not get an invite to this meeting. So we can go ahead and just say that he did not show up.
That is correct.
So therefore, we shouldn't continue.
No, we will continue.
No. What, how are we going to continue?
We do not know what possession of
I
knowledge
know
the
what questions
RU
I
has.
want to ask, and the president RU
But
can't answer them.
your questions
You
does not.
can't determine what I want to ask.
I never said that. I'm saying to you, Madam Teixeira, other members have questions that the present RU might be
You
in a
know what they're
position
going
to
to ask?
answer.
Oh, you know in advance.
I have questions that I believe she can ask. Am I not permitted to ask questions?
You can ask what you want. I'm just saying
Good,
we're
so we
wasting
proceed.
time. We have to go
Members,
ahead
the
and run and
paragraphs
wait
are
for
before
Morrison.
us for our
This is bullyism
consideration.
again. Don't listen to our motion, then bully through the whole damn thing.
You want to
It's
go,
a
Madam
waste of
Teixeira?
time. Huh?
You want to leave?
Me? Move me now. I look as if I want to leave this meeting. I'm really getting pissed off now. After a whole day here, you really revved me up now. So I'm
740 to
moving.
760 are open for consideration. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an observation. I sat in the last Public Accounts Committee when Region 5 came before us. These same paragraphs that we're going through that remain open, questions were asked. They were not able to give answers. The then REO was asked to go get his facts together and reappear before PAC. We are now examining and attempting to examine this region without the participation of that player who was the accounting officer at the time. I noted Madam Teixeira saying that, how are we going to proceed? But I'm at a handicap position here about the scope of my questioning and examination. And I'm really lost that we are rushing through something when there could be a simple remedy. The simple remedy is we can get a notice indicating to Mr. Morrison that at the next PAC meeting, we'll be examining the region that he was the accounting officer for.
We don't believe in radio anymore?
We get a notice to him so that he could be here for us to reasonably deal with these issues. So I don't understand
I
this.
just want, why are you making rocket science out of the simple thing?
Go ahead, Ms.
Make it
Fernandez.
difficult.
Thank you,
know
Mr.
why.
Chair. Mr. Chair,
You know why.
I cannot agree that we have to wait on the former PS simply because, sir,
We did with
we are
Mr.
dealing
Barra,
with
didn't
we are dealing
We
with
did with
a
Mr. Barra.
system of record keeping.
Madam Teixeira, you're
When the
disturbing
former PS
Your mic is on.
when the former
Your
PS
mic is
left
on.
office, sir, when the former PS left office, the former PS did not take
Are you?
He did not take with him the records
You don't know that.
of
You don't know that.
the RDC. Mr. Chair, we cannot adopt a position. We cannot adopt a position in which we have to wait. What if we are never able to get in contact with the man? Are we going to leave it?
Well, let's make one last attempt to get contact.
Mr. Chair, can I go to, and I make this
Chair,
specific.
my mic has been on for the last
I'm recognizing Mr. Patterson. I didn't know
Mr.
Chair.
Mr. Patterson don't have to have the floor. Get the
Mr. Chair, can I ask, sir, at 768, your overpayments made 768.
But everything is fine.
Sir, 2012, 2013, sir, and 2014, 20.
Which paragraph you're at?
768. Sir.
768.
I'm sure that makes no current expenditure. The previous year matter, sir. So. Sir, can I ask for an update?
Yes, sir. Proceed. You have my undivided attention,
yes.
sir.
Can I ask the accounting officer 768, sir? Madam, can you give PSA an update on these overpayments and the status? Yes. Status, sir.
No, sir. The question is before the REO, and I would like the REO to respond, and then I will give you the floor. Go ahead, Madam REO.
Thank you. So I was informed that letters were sent to the individuals. Their names were published on Facebook and in the printed media. The FS was since written to requesting a possible write-off since these persons cannot be located. He would have replied and he's asking for additional information. I was also told too that during a cricket match, they would have placed persons' names on the television to try to embarrass persons to come in and let's recover some of these monies.
So, Madam Mario, the objective was to embarrass the persons.
The objective was to recover the government's money.
So why would you say to embarrass the individuals?
Well, it was done in such a way that they would have been compelled to come in and pay off what is owed to the government.
So embarrassing them is a method.
Can I have a follow-up? Can I have a follow-up, sir?
Go ahead,
Madam
sir.
REO, when you want to compel people, you bring a court case against them and you charge them for whatever offense they may have committed. But can I ask, and I thank you for being able to answer the question.
Hello? Hello?
I get cut off though.
I can't hear anything.
They cut off you. Only we alone the pun, you know.
What happened? They got blackout?
No, they get cut off.
We can hear you.
Hello?
Mute your mic. We can hear you, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. I was just asking. I was on.
Yes, Ario, I'd ask us how many individuals we're talking to, because between this $1.9 million is still outstanding. You were able to recover 246,000 in 2012. So I was asking how many individuals persons that are we speaking about here?
Can I redirect the question to the DRU? Mr. Wellington?
Good afternoon, everyone. As Ariel said, we only recover for 2020, we recover one payment of $36,340, and 16 persons still remain outstanding.
Could you repeat the amount remaining outstanding?
36,340 was collected in 2020 for 2015 overpayment. And 16 persons are still on the list in the region for overpayment.
Follow-up question, Ario, through you and the staff. 16 persons you're saying that are any
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. The internet was sticking. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry about that.
Your officer, I can't remember his rank.
Mr. Wellington, the DRU.
Could you repeat the question? I was just internet connectivity problem. Hello? Hello?
Proceed, honorary member. Did you hear the question, sir?
No, could you repeat that for me, please?
It's not us. It's not us.
We can hear you now.
Excellent, thank you. I've asked that your officers reported that you collected $36,000 in 2020, and you have 16 individuals who are still owing, who still owe. I've asked if one, are these individuals unknown to the RDC? If they're not in the region, and if you know if they're employed, have you checked to see if they're employed in any other government department or any government agency elsewhere with the 16 persons?
Okay, I'll respond. So I have not checked to see if they are in the employ of the government, but I will certainly do so.
Ario, we would like that response as well to be within a week's time.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
751.
Floor, Madam Tashir.
Huh? 751, please. 751, clearing the land at Katrina's Lust. The Auditor General reports that 20 acres of land was awarded for the clearing of land to the lowest of 5 bidders for 6.952 million. But as of December 2016, the full amount was paid to the contractor, but no documentation was provided to show the use of this land or the reason for clearing as of June 2017. Could the region say if at any time since 2016, has the land been cleared and what was the purpose of it in the first place being cleared? The Morrison, the former REO, in a document to the PAC, dated 2018, I don't know if the REO saw it, states that the project has been approved for funding under the capital program in 2018. But at no point does he state either in his response what was the purpose of the land being cleared in the first place. Can anyone advise us on this issue? What was the land used for and what has happened since?
I'll respond. Thank you, Honorable Member. So the land was cleared to create a farm. That was the infamous farm in Region 5. To date, the farm has been handed back. There was a court case. The farmers won, so the region basically handed back the land to the group. I was so advised that the documentation was that there was monies from a project, but I'm in possession of documents that are telling me that government funds were used to facilitate this project.
Right.
So I was a bit confused because I was told it was a project that was funded, but a check of the system reveals that money was used from the government.
Go ahead, Mr. Edgar.
On the same paragraph, 751, could the accounting officer tell PAC if at the time of the clearing of this plot of land, cash crop farmers were farming this particular land?
Yes, I was so advised that cash crop farmers were on the land at the time of the clearing and they were thrown off.
Secondly, could you advise PAC if this land was titled or leased to the region or was under the control of the region, that the region could have expended capital investments on this property?
I was advised that there is a lease to the RDC, and that is what was used.
Follow up. You said that there was a court case as it relates to this land. At the time of the clearing of the land, people were farming. Was there any compensation for the loss that the farmers suffered when this land was cleared?
From what I was advised, no, there was no compensation.
And as it is today, who is in possession of this land?
Today, the persons that were thrown off, that won the court case, the land was returned to them in the latter half of 2021.
Do you have a copy of that judgment?
Yes, I do. I'm in possession of it.
Could you tell PAC, I'm asking the question, could you tell PAC what is the gist of that judgment?
The gist of it.
Before you go on, could I request that the judgment be laid over to the PAC in full?
But whenever we reach to these very sensitive issues,
PAC is requesting that the judgment be laid over to the
injustices of the AP and UAFC, that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Are we clear? The accounting officer online.
Yes, I'm right here.
Madam Chair.
PAC is requesting that the judgment be laid over.
Yes, I will ensure that it meets you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I continue my line of questioning.
Continue, Mr. Edgar.
Could you indicate on what grounds these farmers were returned to this particular property where we spent millions of dollars to grade and remove them? On what grounds they were returned?
From what I understood, they were wrongfully removed in the first place, and based on that, the land was returned to them, even though we would have spent some 90+ million on the land.
90+ million?
Yes, honorable member.
Oh, could you
90,683,000 between the years 2016 and 2019.
90 million. What did we put on the land?
We placed some solar system, hand slashers, 2 motor blowers. We bought some coconut and banana suckers, as well as some other plants.
I guess that will be subject to discussion and audit reports coming up in other years.
That's correct, Mr.
I am proceeding under the same issue of the land. Could you indicate if there was any approach, since the region would have spent this amount of monies on this property, to settle this matter with the farmers before it went to the court?
To the best of my knowledge, there was nothing from the region to settle this matter before the judgment.
So am I to conclude that $90 million of investment just went to waste because of a bad decision of grading land and putting people off?
I don't think that's a question for the accounting officer, Larry. That's an opinion question.
She's the accounting officer.
But that's an opinion question, Mr.
I'm asking, could you tell us how the 90 million that was spent on the land could be recouped?
I would not be able to answer that question because according to the documentation, they only made 1.4 million in profit.
The 90 million was spent and 1.4 in profit was accrued.
1,405,450.
Finally, could you indicate if the removal of the farmers from this land that we spend $90 million on was a decision of the RDC at a statutory meeting, or it was a decision of the REO?
I was advised that there was a special meeting of the RDC held on the 8th of August 2016 and on the 9th of August 2017 to discuss this matter.
Did the minutes reflect a decision?
I will have to double check that to be certain.
Thank you. Ms. Patterson, you have
right. I mean, I am going on, Madam. 6769. Madam Ario, if I could be so bold.
Yes, you may. It's okay.
Yes. Pardon?
You have the floor, Mr. Patterson.
Yes. And at 769, can I read it? An examination inventory of the year 2014 revealed that one 85 horsepower Yamaha outboard engine and one generator could not be accounted for. Audit checks revealed, this is in 2014, that these items were issued to senior officers of the Regional Democratic Council. To date, and of course the response you have means so therefore the government's item paid for the government by the government money was delivered to senior officers, I'm quoting, of the RDC in 2015. The engine cannot be accounted for, while engine nor the generator can be accounted for. That is up to in 2017. In June of 2017, despite the government having been, despite the RDC having been deprived of a generator and a 45 power to senior officer of the region, senior officers, officials of the RDC, no police report was submitted. No police was in 2017. The response from the budget agency and engaged reminders were sent to the police in Saru, which conflicts with what the Auditor General is saying, because he's saying in 2017, and this is his 2017 report, that no police report was submitted. The response is that reminders were sent to the police, and SARA was also written to this on this matter. Can we have an update on the status of this? I mean, when was SARA or the police written to? Because the Auditor General saying up to June 2017, nothing happened. And what is the status of this? Where are these senior officials? Are they still around, alive in the region, etc.? And why? So can I have an update on that?
Okay, yes. So on the 30th of May 2017, the previous REO, Mr. Morrison, would have written the commander informing them that of the missing items, the two items, he grouped them together. On the 11th of January 2018, he would have followed up with a letter again reminding them that he's asking for an investigation into the disappearance, into these two items. He also wrote the CEO of the State Asset Recovery Unit on the 11th of January 2018, informing them of such and asking for an update. To date, we were looking for a response from the police, and I have not personally seen one.
So can I ask, it is given, quoting again, senior officials of the R Regional Democratic Council. No names, I don't believe in names, but can you give us the designations of these senior officials of the Regional Democratic Council, and why haven't we, and what approaches have you done since assuming the office to further this matter?
But one of the senior officials was the then, not the current, the then DRU. And from what I understand, this individual resides overseas.
The others?
The others, I will have to investigate because some of the reports, it's conflicting as to who actually received it.
Well, can I ask the audit office then?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, can I put this question to the audit office?
Go ahead, Ms. Patterson.
I don't know who's going to respond, but the audit office has, and I quote, senior officials of the Regional Democratic Council. No, officials is plural. And can I ask the audit office, please, Madam Chair, I don't need to.
Audit office, please respond.
Madam Chair, I would prefer AG answer that question.
You don't have the information there, Wazir?
Yeah.
Go ahead and answer.
Sorry, I am informed it was the chairman.
Vice Chairman, are you?
Yeah.
Right. Can I ask the officer, the REO, what steps you would have taken since you assumed office to resolve this matter?
I have not done much, but what I can do, I can re-engage the police again and ask for a report.
What have you done, Madam Ario?
Nothing.
That's not a response. Have you written? Have you called? Those are responses the PSC will accept. Not that I haven't done much. That is ambiguous. We need clarity with respect to what respectively you would have done, Madam Ario. If you haven't done anything, it's okay. But we need definitive responses.
No, I have not written.
Have you considered publishing their name on Facebook and in the media or during a cricket match saying, please return the 85 horsepower Yamaha engine and generator?
I would love to do that, but I just need guidance from the police before I'm allowed to do that.
No, why do you need
Because of
guidance
the
from the
police
police?
matter. We wrote the police on the matter. I would have the police. The police will have to inform me before I take action. They would have to guide me in what action to take.
So, Madam Ario, that is what you would have done then. You would have written the police. That's the action you would have taken, right?
That's the action that I will take.
Oh, you haven't taken it
It was
this year.
taken before in 2016 with Morrison.
So can we have a timeline when you intend to do this?
I can do this early Wednesday morning, this Wednesday.
Okay. And okay, we could work with that. Thank you. Madam Tisheri.
Yeah, this is clearly one that requires a police investigation because the persons who are supposed to have received these items deny it. One person dead, one person whatever. I'm reading what the Auditor General wrote, if you don't mind. I don't need you to tell me what.
Okay, Madam Tisheri. No.
So the point is that this went to the police in February 2017. And I think the important of the REO to follow up with the police on what actions been taken. But I assume also that the Auditor General may have had some follow-up on this because this will reappear, I assume, in 2018, 2019, 2020 report. Unless the Auditor General is doing things by rote, I would assume there will maybe some follow-up with the RDC on this. When we go to Morrison's response, he just says the regional administration wishes to indicate that reminders were sent to SARU and the police for a follow-up on these matters. And this is his letter to the PAC in 2018. So that this is clearly one with police because it's not clear. People are denying, can't find it, don't know where it is. So this is not as clear-cut as one would like to think. And I think all the REO could do is to write following up and questioning what progress has been made. Did they question anybody, take statements from any people? Did they go to the workshop where the man is now dead? What have they done? That's what we need to know.
Just a clarification, Madam, to Madam Teixeira. You said someone has died, and I'm looking to see, and you said this is from the Auditor General's briefing note.
Since died.
No.
I can read English.
No, the workshops are the two individuals according to the two individuals according.
All I'm saying is a police investigation.
But
people who are supposed to receive the two items are denying they either received it or one of the persons who's supposed to receive it has died. Therefore, it's a workshop owner. One of the things went to a workshop.
Irrespective of Madam Teixeira's point, I'm just trying to say, just trying to repeat.
I don't write the Auditor General's report.
The AG, the REO said the one person was the former DREO, who I think she
You
said.
asked her that.
Right, I asked that.
Right.
And the audit office said it was the former a former, not a former vice chair.
Which one? A former? That could be anybody.
But of course, it is a
A
former.
former is different from the former.
This is 2014.
Beg your pardon?
This is 2014.
What's 2014?
The disappearing of the assets is in 2014.
So I'm asking who is. That's why.
And I'm not imputing anybody. I say a former, and I'm sure there's several formers, some former vice chairman.
Not B.
I said a former vice person. But, and of course, so nothing was done since January 2018 to now. That is what, that's when Sarah was written to. 2018, January, it was May. But can I ask the Auditor General a question which seems to conflict with what the information the REO is giving? The REO said in May of 2017, the former REO would have instigated a police matter. Your report said of the 31st of June 2017, no report was submitted. So that's definitely, that's almost, a month of 6 weeks difference. Can I ask Well, someone has to be right and someone has to be wrong. If you understand my question. So can I ask the variance here, and if you are saying it out, if you would amend yours, or that the REOs has to amend their records?
Through the chair, as stated in the report, the last line, the matter was reported to the police in February 2017.
Thank you. That's even different. The dates I wrote down, the REO said that the former REO wrote on May 2017, he wrote to the police, and he wrote back to them again in January 2018, and then on January 11, he wrote to Sarah or Saru. REO, am I correct from your records?
Yes, you are. And I'm only giving you information based on documentation that I would have seen and have in my possession. And I can forward that to the auditors.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Proceed.
I would like to go back to paragraph 744 and 745, matters of 2016. With respect to 744 and 745.
Okay, proceed.
With respect to expired drugs, audit checks revealed that all expired drugs in the region were destroyed. However, no value was stated on the documents for these drugs. As such, a total cost of all drugs destroyed could not be ascertained. Could I ask if at the time of the destruction of these drugs, a representative of the audit office was present?
Aria?
From what I understand, the persons present were the senior environmental health officer, a pharmacist, and a police officer. I have no indication about whether state audit was there or not, so it's unfair to me to answer that, but I have no documentation on that.
Could I follow up by asking, at the time of the destruction of drugs or the disposal of derelicts or broken assets, if it's not normal for the Auditor General to be present and to take note and document what is being destroyed or disposed of, based upon your storage regulations?
From what I'm seeing, they would have used the Food and Drug Handlers guidance to guide them as to who are required to be there. And I don't see anything about the audit department.
So how do we ascertain what was destroyed in the second opinion to verify what was destroyed or confiscated?
From what I'm seeing, that would represent the senior environment health officer and the pharmacist.
Did they write a report that the Auditor General would have been able to peruse to this, to determine quantities and costs of what was destroyed?
I have never seen a report like that. I'm not in possession of anything like that.
So in the future, how do we remedy this audit query?
For me personally, I would think that the auditors would have to be present, whether it's stipulated or not.
All right, 745. We had a situation at the pharmacy where the person who was receiving things that came in, the person who was issuing was the same person. this is a breach of the store's regulations. How could we be assured that items coming into the pharmacy in 2016 and leaving were adequately accounted for if it's the same person doing both? Receiving and giving out.
$7.45.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what I was advised is that we have since put systems in place. There were some hiccups in the past, I was told, and we currently have a steward at the hospital who will basically manage this. And they are maintaining a stores ledger now.
Member Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am looking at 770. An examination of the record revealed that 2 check orders value 81,700 and 689,280. And 6 valued at 689,280 remain outstanding in respect to the years 2014, 2015, respectively. And I note the response by the region, which says that that the checks for 2015 were cleared, but the one for 2014 remains unclear. And then they would have written to the finance secretary. Can you give me an update on that? And I have a follow-up after that, that question. An update on the 770.
Okay, an update on the 770 is correct that as it relates to the 2015, the check orders have since been cleared, but the 2014 amount of 81,700 has not been clear. What I was advised was that they wrote the finance secretary, and the finance secretary replied asking for advice, and he requested additional information. And the finance circular is number 2 of 2018.
Can I ask who was the check? It's an overpayment. And what was it written for? For and who? Not that, I mean.
Okay, can I ask my regional engineer to respond to this?
The 2 check orders, one was for $52,700 for dietary supplies, and one was for $29,000 for field materials and supplies.
And these were payments made as part of a contract or just part of a voucher supply issue? And how did basically I'm trying to ask, how did the overpayment occur?
So these payments were made as check orders for items supplied. What we know from investigation is that these items were received. However, the vouchers were subsequently misplaced, and as such, it was reflective as an unclear check order.
Can I, once again, I'm a bit unclear. Maybe it's my lack of understanding of the financial. Can I ask the audit office, right, to say, because the response saying is an overpayment, and the accounting officer staff is saying as though it's an administrative error, that the vouchers were misplaced, but they received it, but you flagged it, AG.
True, Chair. 770 we dealing with here, yes. It's not a overpayment. it's two outstanding check orders. It's not an overpayment.
To the chair.
Can I continue? Oh. Go ahead, AG. Accountant General.
To the chair, I'd like to advise the REO in cases where payment vouchers and supporting documents have been misplaced, you need to write to the accountant general asking for those vouchers to be reconstructed. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I'll do so.
Can you do so Wednesday as well?
Yes, I will.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go to 756 and 758. Could the accounting officer explain to PAC how we ended up with a situation with 338 checks not having supporting documents? 756.
From what I was advised is that the audit check was done on the 5th of January, 2017, but according to Finance Circular 10 of 2017, the agency had up to the 15th of January to render all documents of payment to be rendered to sub-treasuries. So from what I understand, the audit check was done 10 days prior to the deadline.
But could the checks be written and vouchers are not prepared to accompany those checks?
That would be impossible and that would be illegal.
But that is what the Auditor General is talking about. The Auditor General is saying he found 274 of the 338 checks, but they did not, checks already prepared, but they did not have supporting documents. The supporting document is a process where a request for payment is made, a voucher is written up, prepared by, checked by, approved by, and then a check is written. But the check is already written and there is no supporting documents. Was this a way of clearing the account before 31st of December 2016?
I cannot speak on that personally, but if something like that had happened, that would be illegal and it would be immoral too.
But the issue is that it is here, and I would like us to answer this, because if you got 274 checks, auditors are allowed to enter premises at any time and check and request documents at any time. The auditors come on the 5th of January. The year is just closed. 2016. They have the 5th of January 2017. At that time, your region is entitled to 1/12 of your releases because we may not, well, we would have had a budget because the budget was passed in November, I think, of that year. Were these checks for payments for 2017 or was these a payment to 2016?
Can I redirect the question to the audit office for verification?
AG?
Was it you got the information there?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So, through the chair, please repeat back the question here. Let me get it clearly.
I'm asking the accounting officer what would have led for us to have 274 checks, totaling 130 million already prepared in the state and the region. The audit office shows up and there are no vouchers or supporting documents to support these 274 checks. The question is, were these checks drawn or to be drawn on appropriations of 2016, or were these checks for appropriations of 2017?
Through the chair, the checks were drawn on 2016 accounts, 2016 expenditure.
So as of the 31st of December, these checks were already prepared. They were not paid out. And if these checks are prepared, on what basis was these checks written up? What would be the finding of the audit office? Since the REO can't explain what happened and the REO of 2016 was not there, how you just take a checklist and write up numbers? It got to be done based upon something. How are we getting these numbers for these checks if there are no vouchers prepared by, checked by, approved by? What is happening here?
Through the chair, all I can say is that we don't know what system the region used to go ahead and prepare or cut these checks. But when we went at that date and did the verification, there were no supporting documents for those checks.
So follow up, Mr. Chairman. The REO is the accounting officer which operates on the statute and law, knows and is telling PAC that for an officer to prepare checks without supporting documents, she said it was both immoral and illegal. How could we explain this action? Nobody in the region, did you ask the region to explain this to you, Madam Ario, knowing that you're coming here today? And that is why, Mr. Chairman, I would have preferred Mr. Morrison to be here to answer this. And these are questions that I would still like him to answer.
From what I understand, the only person who can answer this question is the previous REO. Because I'm baffled as to how they can arrive at all of these checks without supporting documentation. There must be documentation to guide the process.
All right, let me ask a follow-up question. You had said earlier that they had until the 15th of January to get the supporting documents. Did supporting documents come and match these checks for clearance after this check by the audit office?
Can I redirect that question to the audit office to confirm that? I don't want to give an answer that I'm unsure of.
AG?
Was there got the information?
If I'm getting the question clear from the REO, is she asking if the, Mr. Edger's question, if the payment vouchers are matching?
I'm asking if payment vouchers appeared after the 5th of July.
Yes, sir.
To match those checks for them to be drawn.
Yes, sir.
So where were those payment vouchers before?
Sir, I can't say, but those vouchers were not presented to us at the time when we.
Could we have the dates of those payment vouchers?
The payment vouchers. I'm so informed by the supervisor, they were all dated 5th of January 2017. So they match the check dates.
So payment vouchers immediate appeared after, bearing date of the 5th of January. And they were all drawn on 2016 appropriations account.
Yes, sir.
So could I ask the financial secretary to advise us about what, or the accountant general, about what are the breaches and how we deal with this? And if permission was granted?
Can I?
He has a follow-up to that same question. So
Yes, I mean, I was going to ask you exactly, Madam Accountant General, because I heard the REOs say that on that the checks were drawn on the 5th of January, and then the region received a circular or permission that they have to clear it, whatever it is, by the 15th of January. Which means that's what the REO said, the 15th.
Okay, I'll answer your question first before I answer Member Edges.
Yes.
A year-end closing of the country's account circular is issued maybe in November of the fiscal year. And that circular states, I can't give you the details, but it states that transactions that would have processed on the 31st of December of any fiscal year, the agencies would have until the 15th of January to submit those payment vouchers and supporting documents to the sub-treasuries as well as their regional accounting unit. As well as those for sub-accounting agencies to submit it to their examination unit. So though that is transactions that are processed on 31st of December, because we closed the system at 12 o'clock on the 31st. Also, obviously, they can't submit those vouchers to us at 12 o'clock or at 1 o'clock New Year's Day. So we gave them a timeline to submit it, which is by the 15th of January of the next year.
But can I follow up there? Because I'm a bit... Yes,
if I may, I just want to support what the AG said. In the event that there are debts that you're required to clear, but unable to pay by the end of December, you apply to the finance secretary and you get approval to clear those debts as unpaid. So it is important that you cease printing and processing of checks based on that circular. And if you're unable to clear those debts, you apply to the finance secretary, we clear it as unpaid in the next fiscal year, so that you don't breach the law. And at the same time, refuse to pay contractors who would have supplied goods and services.
Yeah, but you're talking about a previous year liability statement. That PSs and appointed officers have to sign.
Yes, so that to encourage compliance, we're saying that, look, if you can't process all the transactions based on the circular, we could clear those debts up as unpaid. So don't break the law. That's what we do.
Can I ask a follow-up question to the Accountant General? Because and maybe today, audit officer already, right? How is it possible? How is it when you enter checks into IFMAS, right? Where they're printed? They're not printed at Ministry of Finance.
They're printed in Ministry of Finance, but so the respective agency processes the transactions, payment vouchers in the system at their district.
Right, I know there's a computer there.
If I am entering a voucher for Jennifer Chapman, I have to have a voucher in front of me in order to know what's my voucher number and all my supporting documents. So though that transaction is entered based on the voucher, one would assume that you see a physical hard copy of a voucher and then you enter it in IFMAS. Thereafter, at the end, the year end, Ministry of Finance is responsible for clearing the system. So we clear the system, we close on the 31st, then we clear the system in January. The first working day, we start clearing the system because we cannot reopen the next fiscal year without the checks being cut. So we would cut all the checks out. That is why we give the agencies time to submit the vouchers to match the checks.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to get at, Madam H, because if I get it correct, you have the every agency has a budgeted figure,
Yes.
and IFMIS has a limit.
Yes.
On the 5th of January, because this statement is making that these checks were cut on the 5th of January, and I think
Yes, it could have been that Region 5 one was cut on because we have approximately 50-something agencies. So we cut by batch.
No, but the implication is that the vouchers and so were entered in on the 5th of January and cut on it. That is what they want, and that's what the implication is. I mean, and that's
based on the auditor's understanding.
That's exactly what they're saying there.
The vouchers would have been entered prior before the 31st or before.
31st or before. And then the regional, and thank you very much, because that's why I was going a bit lost. And then, of course, the regional administration response said it out that the region wishes to indicate that the sub-treasury department received all the check in bulk.
Yes.
However, the time at the 5th of January, they failed to match the vouchers to the check, right? I mean, but they subsequently did that.
Because all the vouchers were not submitted to the sub-treasury by the 5th of January of the next year.
Yes, but
the checks were there.
So and how it is made, how this is read by the audit office is that these checks were entered and cut on the 5th of January.
We shut the system down, as I said.
That is why I was going where I'm going.
We can't go further than 12 o'clock.
On the 31st of January, and then of course the next new fiscal year.
The agencies have no access to the system. Only the Ministry of Finance check release and PER would release those who have access to the system.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, Madam Chair. So I want the public to know and everyone to know that the impression that they're given is that on the 5th of January, 388 checks were cut.
But they're not authorized to cut.
I have never said that.
Thank you. No, I am, sir, I'm speaking. So I'm just bringing clarity to everyone here and to the media, because I know to the media, our media, they headlines that all the 388 checks were cut after the 31st of January. They were entered into it before because after midnight you can't get into that.
Mr. Chair, I think I sought clarification from the REO when I asked if these checks were cut on the 2016 appropriation. She said yes. And I asked if they were cut on the 2016 appropriations, if the supporting vouchers then have to accompany these checks. And if when the auditors show up on the 5th, why the vouchers were not with the checks to reconcile them. And I asked the question, how is it that we could cut checks for monies to be paid on 2016 appropriations and the vouchers are not ready when the auditors show up on the 5th of 2017, January 5th, 2017, or why they were not matched? That was the inquiry. Nothing about checks being cut on the 5th of January.
I do thank the member for his elucidation. I just would like, I would just.
No, he's the chair, he's the chair.
Proceed. Yes, thank you, sir. So I just wanted to be clear that because I would like to, because I was on the understanding if Mrs. almost a fail-safe system. Nothing is perfect, but I mean, it's fail-safe work. And that you cannot, it is not foolproof. It's not foolproof, or
It is foolproof. It's not.
okay,
It's
right?
not. It's not a failure.
No,
to that
I said
extent.
fail safe.
Fail safe. No, it's not.
It's
It
foolproof.
is safe.
It is safe, right?
Once
So,
we lock you out, you cannot
get in.
get into the system.
And I will like you also, Madam, to explain not to me, the process in entering a check, because because they're two different things, because there would be a voucher, even if on the 5th of January they're not stapled together, to enter information into IFMIS, you must have a voucher which you use, and then what you do, you put in the information from the voucher, and then that is cut. But therefore, when the cut checks come, they have to come and you have to match.
You are correct. That's
No,
the
I like it to explain, because
the process is
slowly, and for me, I'm not very educated.
the process is let's say you want to procure dietary. The normal process is completed, tender board, whatever, all the approvals are given, and a voucher is prepared with the supporting documents for all the tender board and all the necessary quotations. So a voucher is prepared, and that voucher is then entered into IFMIS. Using the hard copy voucher, that information is entered into IFMIS, which we call the soft copy. That voucher is then should be sent to the sub-treasury for the checks for an examination of that voucher, ensuring that it meets all the necessary requirements and prerequisites. However, coming back to this particular case, at that time, on the 5th of January, when the auditors would have checked, the vouchers were not in the possession of the sub-treasuries. But because we cleared the system from the 2nd of January of the fiscal year, those checks were cut and sub-treasury had them in their possession by the 5th, awaiting the submission of the hard copy vouchers in order for them to reconcile and to match them with the checks.
Can I ask just a follow-up question? These vouchers, are they unique, or they have
They all have unique numbers and vendors as well.
Dr. Mahadia?
Mr. Chair, it seems being at the back here, I don't get when my mic is on. Would you mind telling? So the check that was cut from the 2016 budget, what was the date of that?
They would have varying dates.
But not after the 31st of December.
Yes, because as I indicated, we closed the system on the 31st of December. But all the checks are not cut on the 31st. Okay, let's say print. Let me use that label.
No, I understand.
So when we close the system, we lock our own selves out of the system as well.
But you still give yourself permission to write.
So we gave ourselves permission to print the checks all the checks out in the new year for those transactions that were processed by the 31st of December.
Mr. Raj?
Mr. Chairman, I was seeking that clarification. So in reality, in this instance here, the system was not closed at midnight.
Yes, it was closed. No transaction could have been processed after.
So a transaction, well, these transactions for 2016 were done in 2017.
No, they were entered in the system in 2016. We have to by 12 o'clock, but we can close at 6 o'clock, 4 o'clock, whatever we choose the timings, but we cannot go beyond 12 o'clock. When we get into a new day.
Entered, but the checks were dated January 2017.
That's correct, because we cut the checks until after the region entered, and then we print all the checks out.
And the vouchers that were entered into the system, those vouchers had a 2016 date or a 2017 date?
Has to be 26. I'm assuming, so the auditors could validate that. It should have had 2016 date.
It has the 5th of January 2017. That's the date.
So then okay. That's the date that a check was cut, I'm assuming.
The check was cut on the 5th of January?
On the 16th of January.
But that's worse.
Different story now you're talking. That's a different story now you're talking.
Vouchers were dated 5th of January. I said the check, that's why I thought. The vouchers are dated 5th of January, December 2016.
They put check date. That's the date they put in Region 5 as they vote today. Signed on that voucher.
They approve, sometimes the voucher approves,
No, it's not the approval. When did the REO sign the
don't-
voucher? There's a date, there's a field there for dates. And so you need to validate what date the REO signed when they were there, or the head of the.
When they approve the voucher? That's
No,
vote today?
when they sign the voucher, the REO will have to sign those vouchers as the head of the accounting
The
office.
approval the voucher.
Right.
That's what we call it, the approval payment.
And you're saying the REO had the date of the 5th?
No. Sometimes the REO have different dates. It doesn't necessarily have to be.
Madam Teixeira, you have
Listen to all. The date will be January. Right, but the date of the voucher should be before, prior.
But can I,
Madam Teixeira, you have the floor.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now more confused than anything else. Having listened to the back and forth, Patterson and everybody else, and now coming to this point where clearly the Auditor General's office and the Accountant General office have not spoken to each other. This is an Accountant General issue. This is an audit office issue with Region 5. This happened since 2016, and now it's like eureka. Everybody now discovering this thing. This is unacceptable. The Auditor General's office first having found this, because clearly clearing IFAS and everything has to do with the Accountant General. And therefore, this should have been the first investigation, should have been with the Accountant General's office, then the REO, the RDC. I don't understand this. I am now asking that the two big agencies at the back here, please, let's start with these guys, because if they don't know when the check was cut and when the check wasn't and everything, we're wasting our time. So can the two please speak to each other, share information, share the documents, and report back on Monday what is it they're finding? And the Region 5, we can ask them to come back if there's an issue that we found more stuff on this issue to come back and answer. Thank you.
Here, I'm assuming here from the list that I'm looking at, that I'm reviewing here, this date that they have here is the date of the check. So we need to actually see what was the date on the REO would have signed as voucher. That's correct.
So these checks were all spent, I mean, paid. Oh, we know payment vouchers? You sure? You sure about that? Now with all your confusion, I don't even know if it's true. I'm not sure now why.
But we do agree that you always have a.
Madam Chair, in order for you to collect a check, you have to have a voucher to sign on. So they wouldn't pay out the check without a voucher.
But this teaches us a good lesson. It's very, very informative. Thank you very much, Will, because obviously next time we see vouchers and those things like that, we have a clearer idea what the Auditor Office is looking at, what is required from them. So therefore we can dispel with these here easier. So thank you very much. And I know you're coming back next week. The two agencies to give us the, not you, ma'am, the Audit Office and the, yeah, no, Region 5 is ours. It's a lovely region. Tomorrow the holiday too.
Mr. Chair, I would like the Audit Office to tell us what was the concern that caused them to write this paragraph. And that solves the problem. We're gonna get the report. Because the audit office audit the systems that are in place. The audit office is aware of what the accountant general speaks about, how you close the system at midnight, how the process goes, and the reconciliation and everything that takes place to tidy up the books, even though the IFMAS is closed on the 31st of December. But the audit office at their inspection made a record of something that they considered to be not normal. Could the audit office explain to PAC what raised an alarm or what was their concern here about these 274 checks?
Mr. Chair, you have to remember that the FMA Act talk about that it is a cash basis system of accounting. So as far as the audit office is concerned, at 31st of December, all transactions supposed to cease based on the cash basis. What the accountant general is saying is that at 31st of December, they process those checks. But because they close it at 31st, the check will be dated, like in some cases, between the 1st to about the 15th, if they kept the cash book open. At the end of the year, or with the first day of the new year, the accountant, the audit office, and there's also the checkers from the sub-treasury officers go and check. We do a surprise cash survey. So when we go and do a cash survey and we do not find a voucher, we have to bring it to light. What the entities are supposed to do is to work between the first and the second day and attach all those vouchers to those checks. If they do not, then we have to bring it to the attention that this might cause irregularities. We also have cases where we do find check without vouchers, and we ask those to be refunded because the entity they could use what you call a check order. A check order is a covering voucher to the payment voucher. The payment voucher is supposed to have all the supporting documents. If we don't have that, then we can be faced with serious irregularities if you have a check and it is not covered by a voucher.
Just for the purpose of clarity, could the accountant general tell us that it is the agency that inputs the information at the IFMAS system that allows for the cutting of the checks and not the Ministry of Finance?
Yes, Member Ed, to the chair. It is the agency's responsibility to enter all transactions in IFMAS, and it's the Ministry of Finance responsible remit to cut all checks, and to check cutting is centralized to the Ministry of Finance remit.
So all of the information that facilitates the codes, the personnel who's authorized to enter, which is not any and everybody in the region, they are special people with passports.
They're authorized.
And they're authorized to go and input this information. As a result of that, checks are cut. So at all material times, the responsibility is with the agency to ensure adequate documentation. All the Ministry of Finance does is to ensure that the Treasury is not defrauded beyond the appropriation account and monies are only spent for what is budgeted in a particular line, because the entire budget is placed into the IFMAS system. So the agency still have to bear the responsibility of how they cut checks, and vouchers are not in place when auditors arrive to support these documents. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Mr.
That's
Chairman.
correct.
Mr. Chairman, how late are we going? Because I have a number of questions to 5.
You have the floor to ask your questions, sir.
Good. 7:58. The occupation of government quarters. This paragraph came up for examination before in the last PAC. I think the chairman was a member of that PAC. So you would remember this discussion. And we discover that the driver was given accommodations, which was not the norm or the entitlement. Could the accounting officer indicate to this PAC if it was factually stated by the then REO that this driver also functioned as a transportation officer to justify the placement? That was said to the last PAC.
Honorable member, I wish to respond. May I?
Proceed.
So, based on what I've seen, the documentation, the driver / transport officer, he was in possession of a house that is situated next to the official REO's residence. When I became REO, he was no longer staying in that house. He moved out and he moved into his own premises in Region 5.
Yeah, but the question is if he was a driver / officer.
He was a driver that eventually matriculated to a transport officer.
But could you also confirm that this same driver was also the driver attached to the REOs?
From what I understand, he was not the personal driver of the REO, but there was speculation that he was a security for the REO.
So, madam, we don't want to speculate. We need accurate information. If you're not certain, we would rather you not provide a response to the question, or you can seek clarity from your personnel officer to ascertain if this individual on the employment rota, if he was indeed employed as a transport officer. And based on the information, we will be able to ascertain if he was entitled for housing or not.
Okay. So based on the information, you're only entitled to housing if you were an officer that was transferred to the region and your official address is not in Region 5. From what I understood, what the documents I've seen, his official address was in Region 5, so he should not have been entitled to a house in the first place.
Thank you.
Now, the explanation of a driver being also the transport officer. How do we deal with controls there?
Is there a distinction between driver and transport officer?
But for clarity, but for clarity,
so
Mr. Chair,
he was a public service transportation officer?
No, Mr. Chair, the REO, if I got her correctly, he was initially a driver, and then he was subsequently appointed as a transport officer.
Yes.
Right? So therefore, and the question is not about his designation. The question, which I can support what I'm saying, is who are entitled to stay in houses. Not the question of it being because everyone works and loves to progress. And we can't hold them back. So the auditor's query, if I get it correctly, is that you only when you reside outside the region you're entitled, not that he was that he was incorrectly appointed a transport officer.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would like to read from a document which was submitted and signed by Mr. Ovid Morrison on January 15, 2018. And the justification that Mr. Morrison gave, he's not here to answer for himself, but this is his writing. The school's welfare officer was transferred, so that satisfied what Ms. Blackman, the REO, is saying. the transport officer was allocated an apartment next to the regional executive officer in the event of emergency for transportation purposes. The question is, was the transportation officer driving the REO that he had to live next door to the REO for in emergencies? Because then we have a conflict. The transport officer is also a driver. And if the transport officer is also a driver, who's supervising and looking over the issuance of fuel slips to the collecting of fuel and managing the driver who's supposed to be keeping a logbook when the transportation officer is also a driver? And that was the issue before the PAC, why this particular matter had to be addressed the last time.
Mr. Chair, can I ask the REO to repeat her response? Because I think she already clearly indicated he wasn't a driver, he was a transport officer.
But Mr. Morrison is saying something.
No, he said for transportation purposes doesn't only mean that you have to be a driver. Transportation purposes.
So you have to live next door to the REO
I'm not saying that.
Instruct a driver to drive?
I am not saying that. I'm saying to
come on, man.
Mr. Morrison.
The issue is about the proximity of the house.
No, the issue was.
I mean, it's stressing that he lived next to the REO.
The issue was he entitled, number one? The Auditor General is saying no. But in the answer that Mr. Morrison gave for the justification of why he received a house even though he wasn't entitled, it has further questions. And that answer was given in the last PAC, and we've asked questions for clarification.
I agree, Honorable Member, I hear you and I agree with you. His response is grossly inadequate and it cannot substantiate because he, based on the advice of the Auditor General, he wasn't qualified to be given a house.
No, Mr. Chair, please. No, Mr. Chair.
That's not what she said, the Auditor General said.
Right. He, as a transport officer, he was qualified, but said that with the underlying reasons for getting a house, so it should be outside of the jurisdiction. Right.
Yes.
Secondly, Mr. Morrison's response says, in the event of emergency for transportation purposes. It's in no way mean, and I don't know what the emergencies are, but it's nowhere does this indicate transportation purposes means that you are a driver.
Yes.
Right, and that is where the insinuation is going. I want that to be clear on the record. If somebody says you transportation purposes, does not mean anything to do
with driving.
Automatically translate that you are a driver. Right? So don't let the record reflect that, nor the media.
So when there's more specific transportation purposes, what does that mean? Okay. That's why he's not here.
Chairman, the follow-up of 758, the recommendation of the audit office, putting aside what Mr. Morrison said and what the initial thing says. The recommendation is the audit office recommends the regional administration take steps to ensure that one, only offices entitled to government quarters are accommodated there, and two, all outstanding amounts for rent are collected and deposited into the consult fund and notify the audit office when this activity is completed. So it's 2016. So outside of the fact that he was, whether he's a transport officer driver, he was entitled to accommodation as he was living in the region at his own house. So that did the region, did the RDC, REO collect all outstanding amounts for rent collected and deposit into the consult fund and notify the AOG? When the region responds, it says that he did not give any, continue to pay same without any approval. So one, the region had no approval in the first place. Two, they continue despite the Auditor General's observation, and as of 2016 end, was the monies collected for the rent from whoever was the transport officer or deducted from their salary.
Just a follow up, because 5758 is not only dealing with the question of they're dealing with two issues: the entitlement of a transport officer who is correctly appointed, having a accommodation in the region, right? That is one issue. And the second issue, sir, ma'am, sir, is the collecting of the 10 or 12% rent. And that is not limited alone to the transport officer, right? So, no, the last of your question was that you collect on the transport officer. That's what I'm trying to make that. So maybe the REO can thing on the question of the rent outstanding, as well as depositing the same into the consolidated fund. Maybe the REO can
REO?
Yes, I'll respond. So I have not seen any documentation that suggests that rent was collected, but I can investigate same and be guided.
So the occupation of these quarters require you to sign a contract with the RDC. Is there a copy of the contract, or was there any contract you have seen?
I have never seen a contract.
Mr. Chairman.
Are there any contracts for persons occupying government quarters in the region, which you have seen?
I have personally not seen any, but I can check, I can investigate.
Since occupying office, have you entered any contractual arrangement with an officer or government employee for one of the houses in the region?
No, I personally have not.
Have you assigned a house to anyone in the region?
Yes, I did. I assigned a house to the assistant chief admin officer.
Without a contract?
Without a contract.
But are you aware? Are you aware that the government quarters in the region are to be contracted to government employees with a percentage discount from their salaries?
I saw an official document that states that if they were transferred from another region, that they're exempted from the, there's some amount of exemption.
No. Can we get some guidance here, AG? Because I'm aware, for example, Madam Ario, in Region 10, we have officials from outside of the region living in government quarters who are working for the administration and are contracted and paying a rent, which is deducted directly from their salaries. They're from out of the region, serving in the region, and they're paying a rent for those quarters.
Chairman, I'm trying to locate the public service rules. So I'll give you that information a bit.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Mr. Chairman, in the responses that PAC collected by letter dated January 15th, 2018, I want to bring to your attention that there is a letter dated the 20th of October 2017, after the presentation of the Auditor General's report of 2016, the 20th of October, from the Regional Executive Officer to the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of the Presidency. Filling of vacancy in Region number 5. Approval is hereby sought for the filling of one position of Transport Officer, Mr. Frank Wilson, with effect on the current date. Presently, the region is in dire need of a transport officer to curb and cease forthwith the misuse of government vehicles and disregard for their maintenance. Mr. Wilson was interviewed and appraised by the regional executive officer and has been found to be responsible and knowledgeable to perform functions of a transport officer. The administration recommends the employment of Mr. Frank Wilson as transport officer with effect from a current date. Please find attached draft contract. The draft contract is attached to this letter that is only signed by the REO, and that's a document that is before PAC. I want to bring to PAC's attention that, number one, at the time when this gentleman was living in the house that the Auditor General is bringing a query to PAC about, he was not the transport officer. That's the first thing. It's misleading to the PAC to say that he was there as a transport officer because of transportation purposes in an emergency. He was a driver. That's the first thing. Secondly, it was only after the audit query that was raised at the presentation of the Auditor General's report of 2016, which was done at the end of September 2017. In October, Mr. Morrison sought to correct this by employing this gentleman as a transport officer. So the issue here is, if Mr. Morrison was present, what will he do to recoup the monies that should have been paid for housing, or why he should not be surcharged personally for allowing a breach? And that is an issue that has to be addressed. And I don't think we could close these paragraphs with these matters not being addressed, because these were matters that were raised before at PAC, and we are going back through them and we're getting nowhere. Thank you.
I think Mr. Edgell has ceded the floor. I'd like to go to paragraph 771.
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Once again, a question of overpayment to contractors for the year 2010, 2011, and 2013. And the response is that they're seeking to write these off as opposed to recoup the money. So my question is, as we've asked all the other agencies, are these contractors currently in the employ, are any of them currently in the employ of the, of the region at the moment? I mean, are there any of them working with the region at the moment for the three contracts, Morocco number 8, and Maikoni School? And secondly, what is the current status of this overpayment in 2771? And has the current REO, what has the current REO done about this issue? Thank you.
REO?
Yes, I will respond now. So in relation to the three contractors, no, they have not been given any contracts. As a matter of fact, one of the contractors died, and the other two, we have not dealt with them. We have dispatched letters to the MPTAB and to the other regions informing them that these contractors would have defaulted. And we have not heard of them receiving contracts or doing any business with any government agency, to the best of our knowledge. Additionally, well, since one contractor died, that would be impossible to recuperate that sum, and that is the $311,000. In relation to the other two, I was advised that the finance secretary was written on these matters since these matters went as far back as 2010 and 2011. So they would have written the finance secretary to seek permission to have these written off.
Thank you very much, Madam Ario. It's quite commendable if you would have written to other regions saying that these contractors are indebted, and I think other REOs can follow your example there. So I'm quite heartened to hear that. However, I'm looking at a bit of a disparity between approaches. There are individuals who owe overpayment on their salaries, and you've taken to Facebook, you've taken to newspaper, you've taken to embarrass them, and they owe just about the length of time. And you have, as opposed to this particular case, you've done very well in writing and not awarding them, but in this particular case, you've written to the finance secretary to write it off. So why are these contractors afforded the opportunity of being written off, of their son being written off, and the individuals' names are printed in the junior cricket match. I don't know which cricket match it is or upcoming. You know, I mean, it's a disparity in approach. So I'm just trying to see what guidance you would have sought for treating differently in recouping monies owed to the state.
The guidance is that after 7 years, from what I understand, after 7 years, you know, you have permission to write off. And given that these transactions were so long ago, that was the premise that was used. The persons who defrauded us, those persons were defaulted actually. Those were newer transactions, more recent. So priority is really given to the older transactions because the assumption is that, you know, over the years that you would have tried everything under the sun to recuperate these monies. But after a period of time, I guess, you know, there's nothing much you can do.
I just want to caution the use of the language I hear from the REO. You know, I mean, you heard embarrass, defraud, and those things like that. In most cases, in most cases, persons are overpaid. Right, is generally the fault of the RDC or the accounting officer. You know, you pay somebody, and by the time, but they've resigned or whatever reason, or they left the work, and and the checks were cut since the 16th, and they left on the 30th. But to put on record that they defrauded and those things like that, you know, I mean, that those are deliberate act by them, it's a bit, I would say, Mr. Chair, it's a bit harsh. But I also wanted to say that some of the persons that so-called defrauding were from the same 7 years of relapse as well. If Mario, if you understand me,
Yes,
no. When we were talking about early on, we spoke about persons or payment on salaries. I raised that one there up, and some of them were over 7 years. No, this is the region that went on Facebook.
This is I might can't remember.
The 771, the 2018 letter of Mr. Morrison says that as advised by the Auditor General, the Finance Secretary was written seeking permission for a possible write-off for prior year overpayment to contractors. Further letters were dispatched to NPTAB and the 10 admin regions informing them of the defaulters. So the process of exposure started in 2018. It's not new right now.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not, nor am I finished on that, nor am I saying who started it or who finished it or any such things. I am just looking for the 768. Yes, ma'am, 768 in 2012, 12 and 7 is 19. 2013, this 2014, you know what I mean? If you understand, Madam Mario, some of these are over the 7 years which you use as your cutoff for the contractors. So just wondering why are the individuals being treated differently to the contractors? Why, I mean, if you understand me, if you look at 768, Madam Mario, and you can see it out at 2012, which is 7 and 12, 9 next to my math teacher still alive. Madam Mario, can you tell me but you took 768. Their persons were overpaid in 2012, 2013. The REO just said it out that there's a 7 years benchmark that they're using for individuals, but
write them off.
And then after they apply for the FS to write them off, which I can understand because you don't want it here for forever. But you do that for the contractors, and then for the persons with the salary, you put them on Facebook and national thing and so forth. So I'm wondering why is it
the approach is different.
Right. Is it a circular or is it a discretionary issue, Madam REO?
Are you?
Yes, I'm responding. I was just turning back to 768. So the individuals who were paid overpayments on their salaries, it was done for a number of reasons. Either the persons resigned or so on. So in that case, I will re-examine the persons who are over 7 years and write the FS to have them written off, being fair to everyone.
Mr. Chair.
Proceed, honorable member.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to go to 761 and 762. A very interesting, unheard of, unusual occurrence. So we had a project that had 2 bid openings. 2 bid openings. The first opening attracted 7 bids, while the second opening only attracted 5. But it wasn't re-advertised. So if you have a first bid where people submitted, in order for you to go to a second round of bidding, you have to annul the first one. And if you annul the first one, no information or price from the first one could be used in evaluating the second one. So we had a second bid opening where only 5 people submit bids. The regional tender board held a meeting and they awarded the contract to the 3rd lowest of the 5 bidders, so not even to the lowest. And they used the second set of bidding documents. So in the second bid, but the contract sum is from the first bid. Unheard of. This is magic. This is unheard of in any accounting norm. Could the REO respond to this paragraph indicating to us what are her findings? Because Mr. Morrison is not here. And these are questions that I would have to ask Mr. Morrison when you get him to come, Mr. Chairman. What transpired here? Because if you open, you advertise and you open, you get 7 bids, and you don't like the 7 bids or you don't like what happened there, you annul. You first of all have to re-advertise, or the tender board have to meet and make a decision that we are inviting all 7 of the people to retender on these particular conditions why they weren't accepted in the first place. So we get 5 bids from 5 people. The lowest is not accepted. The second lowest is not accepted. The third lowest is accepted, but not at the price that we come in with the second bid. The higher price, we come in with the first bid. What are we talking about? Could I get some clarity and explanation of what really transpired here?
Yes, honorable member. So I looked at this situation and I was just as confused as you. I am not sure what happened. And I'm asking myself, you know, I think state audit would need to investigate this more because I have a lot of questions.
Mr. Chair.
I'm unsure of what happened here.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the financial secretary under whose signature the accounting office of this period operated and had his powers to operate, to indicate to PAC if this is not a matter that requires a criminal investigation. To the FS.
61, 62, and 63.
Hey, Chair. Let me know if you hear me.
I didn't hear you,
I didn't hear
FS.
that, FS.
Okay, yes, so the first question, with respect to the first question, all the accounting officers, they fall under my purview. That's the first question. The answer to the first question, with respect to a criminal investigation, what we usually do is to get our internal auditors to go a little bit deeper than the Auditor General. And if the internal auditor recommend that the matter be sent to SOCO, we go with that recommendation. So what I could do, based on what I just heard, is to ask my internal auditors to take a closer look, and they could do this in collaboration with the audit office, right? And based on the recommendation, if they feel that it justify a forensic audit, I would work with that recommendation.
Thank you, FS. May I go follow?
Yes, I generally go with the internal auditor recommendation.
May I ask the accounting officer if there are documents to show the composition of the tender board at this particular time?
There is a document in place.
Could you tell PSC if the minutes of the tender board meetings are clear? The minutes of the 1st of November 2016, as to how we can use the first price for the award of the contract with the second round of bidding, which is the higher price.
The minutes are written up in a manner that it's hard to understand what they were trying to say. It's not clear. Perusal of the minutes has left me confused.
Have these minutes been shared with the Auditor General's office?
All documentation was shared with the audit office, yes. And I've since given clear instructions to all departments, to everyone, that the state audits must access any document that they deem fit to access. There are no secrets.
Mr. Chairman, I'm putting it to the PAC that the approach that the financial secretary is suggesting, that there be a further forensic look at what took place here, be done, and if there is need for a criminal investigation, because this could be nothing short of contract fixing and insider trading.
Let the investigation make that determination rather than you proffer an opinion on that.
Yeah.
But for the committee, I would like to inform that Mr. Ovid Morrison, the former REO, he's not in Ghana. I'm told that he no longer resides in Ghana. All right.
Mr. Chair, and when you think, and I wanted to deal with this clinically, and when we thought that it was completed, and this was the only infraction or the only occurrence of such a matter, we then go to 763, 764 for a repeat. Exact repeat from the playbook. This, Mr. Chairman, whether Mr. Morrison is in Guyana or not, needs an investigation And this should never happen again in any agency. We might want to excuse it by not wanting to use the correct terms, but my nature is to call a spade a spade. Any contractor who participated in this process should have been so aggrieved that they should have been able to attend to the bid protest committee that Mr. Patterson lectured us about a little earlier that existed.
I would rather say provided proper advice on the process of that agency.
Okay. So I'm calling for an investigation. I agree with the FS, we need to get to the bottom of this. This must never happen again in the history of Guyana. Unheard of. It's unusual. We had this repeated at bigger projects as well. So it's just taking the monkey see, monkey do. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get your guidance because, like I said a little earlier, I don't know how to continue because I don't know if we could close these chapters this afternoon in the absence of Mr. Morrison. I know you've just said that Mr. Morrison is out of the country.
The PAC would have dealt with matters before it, where we had accounting officers who would have died as well as migrated, and the business of the PAC continued. So what is different with this interrogation of the documents before us? We have to continue the work of the PAC. And I have informed the PAC that I was informed that Mr. Morrison is no longer in Guyana. No contact information has been provided for him.
Could you disclose the source of that information? Could you disclose the source of that information? Could you disclose the source of that information?
If you want to ascertain if Mr. Morrison has left the country or not, we could go to immigration and verify that information. I can actually put that to the floor for PSC to consider to ascertain the information. And as the honorable member have suggested, so let us clerk write to the immigration officer, asking the chief of police rather, asking about confirmation about when Mr. Morrison would have left the country or not. Well, either way, if he had left or come back, and we provide information concerning whether the member would have left the country or if he would have returned in Ghana. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Member.
I'd like to ask us if we follow process. My understanding in law and in practice is that if you are trying to establish contact with a person for whatever reason, you are required to write them at their last known address. And that could be done by registered post. If there is no response, you can then issue a public call for the person to make contact with the Parliament office. And if that is not done, then you have to make a determination on the way forward. But there's process.
We are aware that there is process, and that process is followed.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
The last known address of the REO, as in contained in there, is the government offices
exactly.
At the RDC. The Parliament office contacted the RDC. They issued a letter, and they actually even forwarded to his last known address and asked the RDC to follow. Yes, It's here, and it's here that he occupied the building and those things and that.
We don't know.
Well, if he didn't knock him off, he'd probably been around. You should have kept him here for a little while longer. But I don't know that. I didn't know him before. But you were, Gail, you passed retirement issue, so you're back.
Selective away.
Isn't Dr. Luncheon working? He's a big man that's brought back too. Height. We talking about, you said past retirement age, and I'm sure Dr. Luncheon, yes, no, you said, oh, you brought back a man past retirement age. Yeah, but you brought back a man who probably even, you mean, he's probably collected, he's probably collected.
That discussion has nothing to do with the report that is before us. So
Don't let us deviate. Mr. Chair, you've asked us the right to immigration, like
Chair, I am still requesting that the Parliament office follows the process, because
the Parliament office did follow the procedure.
Chairman, could you hear me out? Could you hear me out? Could you hear me out?
Go ahead.
Good.
The floor.
I am suggesting that the Parliament office write Mr. Morrison a registered mail
to the address that he no longer
at his last known address, and secondly, that a check be made on the National Register of Registrants of what address Mr. Morrison was registered at. So it was not only his government house, but his private residence, that a letter also be sent there. If within a week we don't get a response or an acknowledgement that he could be served, we put a public notice asking Mr. Morrison to make contact with the Parliament office.
Can the REO verify if the place of residence where the former REO used to reside, if it is presently occupied by another official of government?
The current house is currently occupied by myself.
So therefore, you would be the recipient of a mail if it is sent.
Yes, I would.
So there's no need to send it to that address.
So did you receive the mail? In Mr. Morrison's name, because it said that the mail was sent.
It was sent to the RDC.
Yeah, well, was a mail received from Mr. Morrison at the RDC?
Yes, I'm in receipt of such a letter.
Good.
At the RDC.
Correct. That's where it was sent.
So you can check the voters list next.
So what I would suggest, in light of
the
honorable member Bishop's suggestion, we can ask the clerk of the PSC to write to the national registrant, you said?
It's on the website.
It's open. Yeah. Check there to verify, as well as put out a public notice, as well as write immigration to verify if Mr. Morrison would have left the country. Right.
You know, Mr. Chairman, the reason why I'm interested in immigration, we sent to the Commissioner of Police to do due diligence on people for the PPC. And I've gone through every single one of those response forms. Some of the people are in the country and they didn't put a date when they arrived.
Well, the Minister of Affairs needs to address that.
But sir, Member LJ may be absolutely correct. So all we have to do is be lucid in the information we require from the Commission of Police, who is the head chief of immigration. When you write to him, can you ask him the date that the gentleman departed and if he has returned? So therefore, the question of dates will not occur, or lack of dates will not occur, as is the fear of Mr. Member Ejel.
I'm just emphasizing this because the PSC has to produce a report to the National Assembly. And this will form part of that report. And we must be able to provide to the legislators that PAC did everything within their power to get the
Which
gentleman.
is, and that check the National Register, put out a public notice, and write to the Chief Immigration Officer to ascertain all of these information. Okay?
With that agreement, and I'm thankful that you have agreed to follow process, I will ask that these paragraphs remain open until we can determine if Mr. Morrison will be appearing or not appearing. Because I have a number of questions. So I'm asking that these paragraphs not be closed.
But Mr. Chair, in the strange, unknown circumstances, Mr. Morrison is not here. Are we saying that as long as we determine he's not available, the vice versa, the members saying that we will close them?
At some time we'll have to close them, but we're keeping it open until we determine if he's coming or not. Sometime we'll have to close it.
Yeah, but Mr.
And we'll have to close it with a caveat that says we were unable to examine all of the details because the then accounting officer was not present in the jurisdiction.
Yeah, but honorable member, we would have had accounting officers make appearance before PSC who were here. I can't remember the REO's name, but he was on the virtual platform, could not have answered any question put by the PSC. Based on his response, I have no recollection. Did we not proceed with the business of the PSC?
But that will form part of the report.
What will form part of the report?
The accounting officer did not answer the questions. It will have to be in the report.
When the committee
we have to prepare a report.
We have to draft a report. All these things will have to go into the report.
I'm aware of all of that, but I get it.
And this is one of the PS that was here in 2016, so it's not unusual. We have to deal with whether it's REO or PS who wasn't present.
Let us see if we can get this information by Monday and make this determination.
Very, very, very good. I have no, Mr. Chairman, we really have no objections to that. But I do hope it is on this side of the household that if in the event that he's unavailable, irrespective of what it is, that we can actually move forward as opposed to keeping, because of course, if we keep one paragraph open, you can't be able to clear.
Well, I think one of the ways we could very easily close it is call in the police and let them do an investigation. And so you could put into your report that PAC has recommended the matter be, that it be a criminal investigation.
And once again, I heard a finance secretary who's still here set out the process in which he in place. So therefore, since when is the PAC
can say,
since when the
I don't need you to correct my language, Mr. Patterson.
Since when the PAC are writing directly to the police
I didn't say I'm writing
institute?
anything. I never said I'm writing. I said, if you would listen for once, and that is that,
more clearly,
that we
madam.
recommend that the matter be investigated for criminal investigation. I didn't say we are writing anybody. I never said that.
Mr. Chair, there's due process. I mean, we already established we can't intervene in certain things because I asked the last time I raised
a mention. You can't have an opinion. It just means you can't initiate the process.
We refer these matters. The financial secretary said there's a process in which he undertakes. And we agreed and we acknowledged the private.
Mr. Patterson is listening conveniently. My point was, because he's concerned about leaving the matter open indefinitely, and that we couldn't move on if it was left open. My comment was that the way we can close it is that we recommend that there be a criminal investigation.
We cannot do that.
Just let me finish.
We cannot do that to the Public Accounts Committee.
There is nothing to stop the PAC from making a proposal.
We cannot do that.
But we cannot implement it. That is for FS and other people.
We cannot do that.
Listen, we've recommended in this PAC for write-offs to take place to the Auditor General's office right in 2016. It is going to be in the report because it's in the minutes of the PAC.
We cannot instigate criminal charges against persons. There's a due process. There's a finance secretary who is already on record, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, he's already on. I know I'm the boss.
So when
we
come to the report, I'm interested when we draft the report.
We will.
What recommendations we will make? Because if you look at the Auditor General's report previously, the PAC's response to Auditor General form. The Auditor General, the PAC always comments on observations.
Correct.
And calls for recommendations.
Correct.
For action by the FS, the Ministry of Finance,
Correct.
Ministries, police,
Correct.
SARA, everything. So I want to see what you're going to say.
Correct.
Since we can't make any recommendations.
I am just.
So we can't make any recommendations.
Madam Tashir has been very, very broad-based in her statements.
Yeah,
Members, do we have any?
I made a simple comment and you making it to shut me down.
Why would I do that? Why would I try and shut a lovely young lady like you down?
I'm not a young lady. I don't give a damn about that.
Why would a lovely lady?
We are on live, honorable members. We are live. The public is viewing our behavior and they expect a certain level of decorum from all of us. All right. You are a lovely lady. That's what the man is saying. I'm conforming with him. So, honorable members, we still have several paragraphs before us. The paragraph identified by the Honorable Bishop, we put an asterisk on that so that the clerk can send out those notifications for the RU.
That I have, Mr. Morris.
Well, those are the ones we would have identified, and that is what we are.
Well, let me identify all of the paragraphs for the purpose of PAC that I have questions to Mr. Morris. None that are remaining open. Let me just get back to my book.
Mr. Morrison is not before us. The present RU is before us. And you have to give the present RU the opportunity to respond to the questions put by the PAC. The questions are not for Mr. Morrison to respond to.
Oh, okay. I will be
So
lecturing.
proceed.
So let me just indicate the seven. Yeah, I got some. Just 1 second, I got it noted.
You tell me the ones saying that we need more because you asked the RU.
I have further questions on $736. Just 1 minute, Mr. Chairman.
Take all the time you want, honorable member.
I have questions on 740.
Could you provide the REO with those questions?
741, 742, 745, 756, 758, 761, 62, 63, 64, 765.
Members, do we have any other additional questions? There being no other questions, yes, REO would like to thank you for making an appearance. And there's a great possibility that you will have to make another appearance before PSC upon us receiving information